How's it going, Nandan?
Hey, Richard, it's going good.
Nice seeing you again.
Yeah, likewise.
I had yesterday off, so yeah, trying to catch up on things. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, sure.
Were you
Yeah,
on
it's nice.
yesterday?
No, I wasn't, thank God.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I had a
Nice.
nice day of relaxation as well.
I
But
see Igor. Igor, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
hey, what's
Good,
up,
thank
Igor?
you. Good, thank you. Welcome, and welcome to everyone joining us on our live streams. Again, if you guys got any questions during these streams, please let us know. Drop a question there in the chat box. We can see it on our sides, and we'll be more than happy to answer that for you. Right, by me, Nandan, take things away for us, Igor, because Nandan just got into a Bitcoin trade, so maybe walk us through that if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Yes,
of course.
please. Yes, please.
Let me share my screen. Okay, hopefully you guys can see everything. I got
There we
gold up.
go.
So yeah, let me go on to Bitcoin. So yeah, the entire Bitcoin market is going up on the smaller time frames. The weekly time frame, I'm seeing the trend indicators on the weeklies pinch off, and I really think, they broke out of a major resistance area of 88,702. That little resistance is what I've been looking at these past couple weeks, and it finally broke through. The entire market's going up, so I have momentum on my side. I have a potential, long-term trend in place back to the all-time highs is what I'm planning on for this specific trade. The daily time frame indicators have also pointed up, so I really like that setup, and the 4 hour is also going up as well. If I look at the 15-minute, or let's zoom in a little more. I'm here on the 1 minute chart. Again, the entire crypto market is going up. I have the entire crypto market on my side. Everything is green. XRP, Ethereum, Bitcoin, they're all green right now.
Cool.
So that's why I actually went into this trade. My initial stop is going to be below this 15-minute uh, trend indicator that pinched to the upside. I could move my stop down to here at 87,000, but I think if it reaches, my current stop, which is about 88,145, I think it's better to exit and potentially
Mm.
rethink this trade opportunity later on. But currently, we're in a tiny bit of profit right now, so I'm gonna keep this trade and hold it, and see if it can ultimately retest these highs and potentially even make a higher high.
Wow,
Um,
nice.
yeah, so that's currently the trade I'm in. This is probably going to be a long-term trade as well, because
Mhm.
Bitcoin can move very aggressively in one direction and have a change of heart in the very next. But the goal is for this pair to completely just skyrocket for right now. That's the plan. I don't know if that's going to happen. If it doesn't happen. I exit pretty much. But I got my stops in place. I got my trading, plan in place, and we're gonna wait to see. The only thing to do now is just wait and sit on my hands and monitor.
Awesome.
But yeah, other than that, gold. I'm still in this trade that I entered in last
Yes.
week.
That's the one from last
Yes.
week, right?
Yeah, last week, and I
Wow.
actually got into one. I believe this was last week as well. Yeah, this was last week as well. Oh no, sorry, this was Monday. I
Was it this week? No, but you got into one last week as well, remember?
21. Yeah,
And
this
you
is
were
actually
like,
this is Monday. Yeah, so I got into
okay,
one last week, and then I got
that's
into
right.
another one on Monday. So,
Beautiful.
um, yeah, the original trade that I had last week, I got in at this major breakout point on the 4 hour
Hmm.
consolidation I was going through, and currently I'm still holding it. I scaled out my position, about half of my position, around this little pullback that we saw on the most recent consolidation on the 4 hour.
Okay.
And I left the other half of my lots in. My stop is to break even on this position, and I'm just playing on the house's money. I'm holding this as a
Beautiful.
long-term trade. Now, Monday, what happened? We saw the same thing happen again. 4 hour consolidation was happening, a 1 hour pullback. I saw the
Mm.
1 hour trend indicators, switch to the upside again. I got good readings from the market. Every single gold pair made almost a 2% move, which was crazy.
Wow.
And in the beginning of that move, when I saw every pair at like a 0.33% at a movement, gold pairs, I
Mm.
also saw that the US dollar was weak against every single pair on the 15-minute time frame in the Asian session, right? Both of these trades occurred in the Asian session. And I got into my position, and if I go into the 5-minute time frame and I scoot back a little bit, um, this is the area I was really watching for gold on the 5-minute consolidation. This is a significant level. This was the if I can move into the 1 hour, we're pretty much consolidating here. That's that little 15-minute chart I was showing you. Is this area right
Yeah.
here? And to me, this area is pretty much a breakout point. If we have strong momentum on our side, this pair should continue higher. And going back to the 5-minute, um, that's the wrong one. Here it is. So this was that 1 hour chart that I just showed you, and we broke past that, and then we started to consolidate again on the 5-minute. And my mind at this point, I entered in on the breakout, but when we started consolidating on this 5-minute chart, my initial stop was 100 pips away, right? But when we started consolidating on this 5-minute chart, I put my stop loss. I was able to be very aggressive. I moved my stop
Mm.
from 100 pips all the way up to about 50 pips away. And what that allowed me to do is one, you know, have more confidence in this trade setup. Where if it failed off of this 5-minute, resistance and support, range that it made, I would think the trade is a dud. It wouldn't work. But it bounced around in this range and it broke cleanly through, and it just kept continuing higher. So with that in mind, I got into another aggressive entry on this pair again, and we shot up all the way about 15 or 1400 pips.
Wow.
And we pulled back pretty aggressively about 600 pips, 500 pips, and I ended up exiting today in the morning just because last night my analysis indicated that the US dollar was still very weak on the larger time frames. But man, these dollar pairs have just been moving so aggressively in one direction. I'm pretty afraid of a pullback, uh,
Yeah.
the aggressive one,
Yes.
with all the dollar pairs.
I
And
also think, by the way, that the gold's going to start declining quite a bit.
yeah, yeah,
Potentially
and
just corrective, but I mean, the way it's been skyrocketing, it can't continue like that forever, right?
yeah, things can only go in one direction for so long.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
so that's why, I was comfortable with exiting this whole entire position today, actually at around like 4:30ish my time. I saw a major pullback and we're consolidating, and I was just afraid that these pairs could continue down lower, which they ended
Mm.
up doing. Now, my game plan for this pair, I'm still in that original position from last week, but this was just another opportunity for me to capture on just momentum again and trend again. I was able to get in with a fresh new position. That's just more profit for me at that point, more pips in my pocket, right? I still have the original position open, and I'm going to hold that for long term, but short-term positions, I can continuously buy and sell depending on what this pair
Yeah.
is going to do. And it just happens to be that the opportunity was to buy it, so we bought it. But yeah, if I can show you guys my spreadsheet, moving into the spreadsheet, overall market analysis mode, dollar again, it's still weak. We have complete D1 alignment and almost complete W1 alignment for weakness on the US dollar. The 4 hour has completely come out. The weakness has completely come out on the 4 hour. So I'm just waiting to see what the US dollar is going to do. Is it going to, pull back even more? I think we had some dollar strength today. Is it going to keep pulling back and switch gears, or is it going to, take some time, consolidate, and then fall back into its long-term weakness? As of
Mm.
right now, I don't know. 4 hours are pretty much all going sideways, or reversing. Swissy again, I think that we strength that we had long term is starting to come out now as well. So I think the Swissy is more so neutral. Um, the Euro pairs, we have no alignment on any of these 4 hour D1 or weekly charts. So I didn't really think of anything on the Euro pairs. Japanese yen pairs, we do have some strength on the 4 hour and the daily. It's more so on the 4 hour right now, but that can quickly develop into long term D1 and weekly strength if the yen continues to get stronger. So I looked at the charts. I didn't really find anything too interesting. The dollar yen is at a major support area, which I'll show, but I think the dollar yen could continue down as long as the dollar stays weak and the yen stays strong. That's the best case scenario. Right now, we only have one strong, and what I just said with the dollar pairs, they've been moving in one direction for so long. I would be expecting a pullback or some sort of consolidation on the dollar yen just because it's at a major, major resistance area on the monthly time frame.
Mm.
The
Yes.
pound is completely mixed. There's no alignment. The H4, D1, and weekly don't look orientated or aligned like these two boxes on the right. There's no strength alignment. There's no weakness alignment. So they're just completely going in any direction. There's no consistency here. And moving on to the Aussie dollar. Aussie dollar is, I would say, it's more neutral. Again, it's not showing any consistency in terms of D1 trend support, 4-hour trend support. There is some weekly weakness, weekly time frame weakness on the Aussie dollar pairs, but I think that's pretty much, you don't need to worry about that since the daily and the 4-hour are completely mixed. At this point, this pair is either switching drivers, from weakness to strength, or it's just consolidating. And there are two pairs that I wanted to talk about, or one pair on the Aussie dollar group, so we'll get into that in a bit. But Canadian dollar, I think this is a pair that I wanted to pay attention to. We have weakness on the daily developing, and it's actually there. We have 6 out of 7 pairs that are showing weakness. The only pair that is not showing CAD weakness is the dollar CAD, or sorry, the actually, hold on a second. Okay, this should be I think my spreadsheet is a little broken here. Well, I think it should be
It happens.
actually no, you know what? I'm sorry. I just had a brain fart. I'm actually correct. The dollar CAD, the dollar is so weak, the dollar CAD is pointing down, but the CAD is a new driver in terms of weakness. So this dollar CAD still going down means the dollar is still weaker than the CAD, which is true. But the 4-hour, I'm going to be watching these 4 hours on the dollar pairs to see if they reverse. And ultimately, what I'd like to see on this CAD pair is the dollar CAD pointing up on the on this D1. And that to me is going to indicate we have Canadian dollar weakness that's dominant. Currently, the US dollar weakness is dominant, but this Canadian dollar weakness is in second place, in my opinion. So,
Okay.
yeah, sorry, it took it. It's early morning. It took me a while to figure that one out. Looking at the New Zealand dollar, we don't have much consistency on the New Zealand dollar anymore, but we did have some strength in there. I don't see it in the markets anymore. We do have some potential alignment on the daily for strength, but we've had that since last week, and it's starting to come out. So I'd say the New Zealand dollar is more of a neutral currency. It's not driving any movements in terms of strength or weakness. It's more so just being pushed by the wind or whichever currency is strong. Now, the best opportunity, just based on the spreadsheet alone, is going to be the Canadian dollar paired against the yen. And the reason for that is because the CAD is weak on the daily, and we have the yen pairs being strong on the 4-hour and the daily. The daily isn't as consistent, but it's still 5 out of 7, which it's good enough it's something to worth noting to yourself. So that's the first pair I wanted to take a look at was the CAD yen. If I was on the monthly time frame, we are in a very strong downtrend on the monthly. It's a new trend pretty much on this monthly, and ultimately, we are at these lows here. We're testing 101.37, and if it pushes past that and it breaks down even lower, I don't see a reason why we can't retest 95.33. We have pip potential all the way till there, and this weekly chart I think displays that even better. A strong weekly downtrend. The daily is in another downtrend, a strong downtrend. 4 hours in a downtrend as well. We have every single time frame, all these major time frames pointing down. So what I want to see is consistent Canadian dollars weakness and consistent yen strength on the smaller charts, the 15, the 5-minute, and the 30-minute. And the way I do that is I like to set up Canadian dollar pairs, a profile for the Canadian dollar pairs, and then a profile for the yen pairs. Just to make this a little cleaner, just so you guys can see it. What I like to do is, again, I have all the CAD pairs on on this profile in MetaTrader 5, I like to go in the 15-minute, and I like to see all these pairs moving the same. So I'd like to see some sort of consistency in these guys. And these trend indicators are indicative of what they're doing. So if they're pointing down, let's say on this Euro CAD, these trend indicators are starting to point down. It's a fresh cross to the downside. That means the Canadian dollar is strengthening. It's going down. So Euro CAD is weakening pretty much, right? It's going down. CAD is strengthening. Now, I like to see consistency to understand what currency is driving the movement. So if the Euro CAD is moving down, I like to see the same thing happening. If it's dependent on CAD strength, I like to see all the CAD pairs strengthening. If it's dependent on Euro weakness, I like to see all the Euro pairs weakening. So it's a really powerful setup, and I use this on a daily basis. I like to have all 7 uh, currencies displayed on one screen, and I like to do that for both of the currencies that I'm looking at in that specific pair, and then I like to make a judgment call based on that. But moving back into the larger time frames, yeah, I'd certainly think we're at a major resistance breakout support area, and my breakout point on this pair is 101.2. Past there, I think we can certainly move down to 95.30, around that area. The next pair I wanted to talk about was the pound Aussie. I really like the way this chart is setting up. If I look at the monthly time frame, we were in a very strong monthly uptrend. The weekly is also in an uptrend, but the daily, what happened was this was the tariff news situation when we had this big spike to the upside, and then we pulled back pretty aggressively. We're currently consolidating, and the trend indicators on this daily time frame are completely pinched off. The Aussie dollar and the pound are completely neutral, so we don't have consistency on the long-term trends. But if the Aussie dollar weakens or if the pound strengthens, I think we could potentially retest, maybe not take out this whole move back to the upside, but I think we can have a really powerful move back into this uptrend. It's too early to tell. This D1 trend is developing, but it's just something to keep in the back of your mind as a potential pair. It's past this point of 2.0978, we have a clear shot. You have some resistance here at 2.1088, and then past there we have a clear shot back to these highs at 2.15. So that's my game plan for right now. Gold, again, I'm not looking to buy it. I've already exited my most recent position I had. If you're down here, you certainly have the right to hold this position long term. But any new entries for a buy right now, I think you're way too late, and we're pretty much overextended. I'm expecting consolidation or pullback on all the dollar pairs too. So
Okay.
that's what I'm seeing in the market right now. Today, the only trade I had was Bitcoin. And it's too early to see where this pair is going to go, but we'll keep monitoring it.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Nice.
Igor, would you like to share something? I'm only going to really
Yes.
start hopefully seeing something in about 10 minutes time here.
What did you see, Richard?
That opening range, 15-minute opening range thing of mine. I have to wait
Yes.
15 minutes for it.
Just to
So
see what's
you got
happening.
the floor. I still have time. The market's only opened about 2 minutes ago. Stock market, New York session.
Okay, I can start, and if you see something, you can stop me, okay?
Will do. Absolutely.
Okay, I will share just my screen. Just a moment. So it was really a little bit frustrating. Even I knew what can happen here. So I will just start again with a little bit introduction about my trading setup right now.
Igor, your screen's not coming up yet.
Soon.
There you go.
Something's happening.
That you will
Awesome.
see yes, you see. So I will just start with a British pound dollar. I will show you one on the weekly chart. I will show you that we are right now in the zone that we had in the end of September 2024. And this is very important because this area was the highest price for a British pound dollar last year, and now we are there. And it's really crucial. And the problem with this area here, that area is from 1.335 to 1.344. It's maybe 100 pips area. And the problem with this area, you cannot see here on the chart. You can just see, a weekly candle. But it's a little bit complicated area. Yesterday I showed the charts and offline charts just to discuss about that. The problem last time in this area was that range around maybe 100 pips, maybe 80 pips that we had was frustrating. So what's happened then? In September, we reached the high around 1.3425, as same as now. So we reached that area, and then price started to go down up to 1.336337 area, and then again to 1.343 area, and just up, down, and it was so frustrating because during the time that movements for British pound dollar started to accelerate. And in one moment I remember it was just before we started to go down in the end of the September, the price started to go up, 50 pips, and after 2 hours, 50 pips down. Every single hour, price started to go up and down, and then price started to go down up to January low. So that area I remembered, and what we can see right now, it's not the same. It's a little bit different, but as you can see, we reach 1.3425. Then we start to go down up to 1.337. That we start again to go up. Then we are now down, and we are not 100% sure is this wave, this cycle ended, because yes, today we just went below 1.336 just a couple hours ago. It looks like bearish, but I need to be cautioned a lot, because last time I think that one account I just burned. So this September 2024 was so tough for me, and I had so many stupid trades. Then that, and just to make continuation, I had a stupid trade today too. Why? Because as you can see, what's happened today, if we watch, I will put 1 hour chart just to see that. So because I know about this range, and what's happened here after this hourly candle close, and I was very near to the support, I made on one buy trade. And what's happened, price went down just a couple pips below my stop loss, and then started to go up, and now we're somewhere there. But the problem here is that, of course, I'm out of trade and I will not enter again in this trade. But sometimes this looks very simple on the chart. But when you trade this, it is very, very complicated. Even look this. You see this relative strength index indicator right now, and you see a clear bearish move here. Of course, here is not a bearish move, but you see little bearish bias. The problem was this moment early in the morning. Why? Because the price started to go up, and in one moment I was surprised because we reached the highest high, even a couple pips above, and then sharp decline again. Of course, a lot of traders will tell, okay, this is the double top, this is the pure technical analysis, etc. But it's not so simple. It's really frustrating because yes, you're absolutely right. We never know what will happen there. But the problem is how Asia session started to be so important. Yesterday in the Asia session, we had more than 100 pips. Today in the Asia session, the biggest push upside was during the Asia session, as you can see. And in the Euro session, and right now, price, yes, it declines, but the problem is this trend here is so, 20 pips down, 15 pips up, 30 pips down, 40 pips up, and etc. And you think, oh, it's a bearish, but at some moments you can feel how you losing the trades, and you hit your stop losses, and it's really, really hard and dangerous to trade. Of course, if you are a swing trader, there's no dangers. But if you try intraday trading, it can be really, really mess. So this is something that I don't like for British pound dollar. Even I see a bearish trend, I cannot enter here. And the problem, I just feel that we can again hit 1.3420 or 30 or something like that. The last time in the September, we had exactly the same picture as this. Do you know what's happened? Price started to go down. We touch really, really big low, and then we made 90 pips up, and we made just so big push, the new high here, and again we had some low high, low high, low high, and then we start to go down. And this is something that I'm thinking a lot, but it's very, very hard to trade. Even you want to sell on resistance, buy on support, you just miss few pips and you're wash up. So this is the problem that I have right now for British pound dollar. The euro dollar is a little bit better. Why? Because these movements, for example, if you watch, this is 1 hour chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. Last 6 hours are bearish here, as you see. So it's a little bit that lags and are more clear, and you will maybe can enter in the right moment. Of course, this moment is not the right moment to sell, but I can tell that euro dollar is a little bit easier to trade. But the problem with euro dollar is overextended. And we are still in the bullish trend, and this is the real problem. Another problem that I didn't say about this is that right now we are approaching to simple moving average 50 on the 1 hour chart, and we are around that, and we are still somewhere. So we are not sure are we bullish or bearish or something like that. Even this chart is clear. I think that Nandan just said, if you go to the 4 hour chart, you get the completely different perspective right now. Because if you see the 4 hour chart, now you're okay, this is not still the bullish trend. This is still the bullish trend. It's not the bearish still. And this is the problem that I have right now. About US dollar, Japanese yen, this pair is in the bearish channel. And this bearish channel, this bearish move is right now still clear, and there is no some movement that I say I can buy right now. If I draw the trend line on the relative strength index, which I really like to do, you can see we are still line, so I'm out of this trade still. However, there is one trade that I'm planned to enter because I have a different perspective here, and this is the US dollar Swiss. And I will just tell that right now we are starting to go. But if I draw a trend line here, just maybe touching the trend line. So this is the important thing for me. And I want to see that 4 hour chart is breaking this trend line. If that happens, I am ready to enter into the trade and put my stop loss below the latest low. And as you can see, it's a little bit a bigger movement. So I'm ready to make a swing position that I will keep maybe a longer time. What is important here is that I monitor the futures market and the COT report. So I just want to check, can you see right now my, okay, I will just switch to the COT report just to see how that looks like. I will find some better charts so we can a little bit discuss, because I will just explain what is the major problem here. First, the major problem here with the COT report is that we had a low in January 2025 for British pound dollar. And as you remember, it was around 1.21 level. And after that, we started to go a bullish move. As we can calculate, for example, the last high-low movement duration was 3 months, and now 3 months passed. So we are in the end of the April month. So as you can see, there is a probability that new cycle can go again. And what is interesting right now, if we watch on the COT report, this green line are large speculators, the big dogs. And what they do right now from the positions last, I can say, couple weeks, they're reducing the British pound buy orders, and they're a little bit out of the trade, and which means that that can impact the price, and maybe we can switch. Of course, this is not holy grail. This is not so clear. Sometimes you can see after that, maybe we can have 1 or 2 months of bullish cycle, and then to switch everything on the other side. So it's not, like I repeat also, it's not 100% sure, but I see these movements, and it's very interesting. The same thing is for US dollar Swiss. If you watch the US dollar Swiss, you can see that 2 weeks ago, we had the maximum for large speculators. And then large speculators a lot reduced their investment in Swiss. And right now, as you can see, we are a little bit, maybe we can make some new push on the US dollar Swiss, and then that can be beginning of the new cycle. So if this end of the March and beginning of the April is the maximum, this can be the new push, and it can be very interesting, especially for risk-reward ratio. So I'm watching US dollar Swiss, and I want to see what will happen there. Again, I just want to show the New Zealand dollar. As you can see, large speculators were bearish for New Zealand dollar a long time, and right now, last couple of weeks, more and more buying positions we can see, which can be very interesting in long term. I think the same thing is for Aussie dollar. If I can see here, the Aussie dollar, yes, the Aussie dollar has the similar thing, where we can see the more and more positions, buy positions here. And as you can see, there is a huge 500 pips move in the Aussie dollar. So these COT reports are just one of a lot of triggers that I use in trading. They just give me a bias, and not the bias, more the risk-reward ratio. So I believe that now we can switch from the one cycle to the another cycle for some currency pairs, and I want to be ready, and I want to see what large speculators are doing there. So just to say, these charts that I just showing have two charts. One above chart is a chart of classical commitment of traders report, and the second one below is the commitments of traders financial trades report, where when we watch always the green, it's a large asset managers, institutional asset managers, and usually these charts have the same bias and the same movements. Usually not all the time, but right now we can see what large speculators are doing, and we want to do exactly the same what they're doing because they know what they're doing. So this is the something that I just wanted to share with you. And right now I'm thinking that I would just a moment to stop my screen here, just to back again to the trading view, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Just to see what's happened here. Yes, here what I'm looking right now is something that like I said, I put maybe 15-minute chart just to see that movements. See this moment, for example. Look this. So you see, okay, this is like we touch support one time, second time, this is another time. Okay, we are going bullish, and you feel that you're in support right now, and that you should go bullish. Of course, someone could, oh no, we can go a bear. And this is the practical example how trading is very, very hard, very, very hard. So I know that a lot of smart traders will avoid trading in these moments, but the problem is we have lately so many moments like this. And the other side, when we have a huge trends, you see a huge trend during the Asia session, you miss that trend. And then you realize that last 5 or 6 days, you cannot find any good setup for trading. And this can be frustrating too. So this is the something that I really, really don't like. And the latest thing that I just want to say, relating to the S&P 500 and the indices and everything, is that the last few days, I got rumors, I read a lot of news related to the whole market. A lot of Chinese companies got a directive from the Chinese government to avoid investing in US companies. And a lot of billionaires from China just reduced or delete a lot of positions. And this was a huge impact on the price for the stocks from the one side. So it can be a trigger because that money and is really huge, and that traders that investors are very big, large investors. So that has kind of impact. On the other side, we can see some kind of recovery a little bit today. And I'm monitoring the indices too, because like I said previously, we had really 25% just drawdown or correction in the market. And as you can see, we just put maybe the daily chart. It was a really huge push downside, and it will be very good if we can catch maybe a longer term some good upper push. Of course, we cannot decide in long term should we buying or avoid buying, but this can be interesting right now, because I think that right now for the all three major indices, we are around a 25% drop, and statistically it's a good opportunity for investors to enter into the market, because we don't have a lot of opportunities for such a deals. So this is one thing that I wanted to share with you. And do you have
We also have Tesla's earnings coming out
thoughts
after market close.
about my
Igor, you're breaking up a bit.
opinions right now.
Nandan, can you, Igor was breaking up just a little bit towards the end there. I've got no questions about that. With regards to the indices, we also have Tesla's earnings coming out after market close today. So we'll see how that affects the markets as well. Everyone's expecting some pretty grim, earnings coming out of there. So, and generally, that's one of the big ones that can actually also swing the markets, at least temporarily. So let's see. All right. Can I
Of
share
course, do you
mine
want to
quickly?
share your charts, Richard?
Yeah, let me do that.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, could you guys hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, yeah, I had my mic on mute.
No worries.
Yes.
Right, guys, let's quickly go through the NASDAQ here. Again, I used that liquidity sweep strategy, but I also use that in combination with what's actually a separate strategy, the 15-minute range breakout strategy. So you can see this line here, the vertical line starts at 9:30, and then the first 15-minute candles gave me a range high at 18,097, where the market's currently at. Then we have at the lower end of that range 17,989. So that's the opening range of the NASDAQ. The thing is, when I do trade this, I want to wait for a 5-minute candle to break out of that range and then trade in the direction of that breakout. The thing is, if you look at the liquidity sweep strategy, you also just must make sure that you're not sort of trading into a potential area where price might take out a previous high, in this case with the market going higher, and then, reversing lower, as we've seen so many times with this strategy. So at the moment, I am waiting for a deeper decline into that actual range rather than just taking a buy order as price broke out of it. And reason being is we're also sitting here with a nice big 5-minute, well, not 5-minute, but a big fair value gap right, sort of after that 15-minute range ended. All right. So if I can get a slightly better entry, then I'll be willing to take a trade here, but knowing that we might actually have a bit of resistance to the upside. I'm quite bullish today on the indices, so we'll just have to wait and see how things pan out. Hopefully we can just see price move a little bit deeper in here, get a bit of a better price. Maybe it's a bit too conservative, price runs away from me, but we'll just have to wait and see. Now, on the S&P 500, price just took out the overnight session high, which was at 5,227. We are getting a little bit of weakness there as well, but might just be a retest of that high with a continuation upwards. So I'm monitoring that. If we start seeing a deep big decline here, I'll switch to the 1-minute time frame and see if we can get a break of structure, as I usually do, and potentially short. So you guys can see that I'm either want to go long or short these markets. So I'm in a bit of a tussle between which one that's going to be. But if I do get long here on this breakout strategy, I'm only trading one lot. So it's not a massive position. I'm willing to take the trade and take a stab at that opportunity. Right, same thing on crude oil. When was this? Yesterday, I actually had a beautiful reversal within that. And I didn't trade this because I still had a day off within the time zone, sort of right in the middle of it, around 9:50. There was actually a big fair value gap here on the 1-minute. It took quite some time for price to actually go and test that. And then there was a massive increase to the upside here, at least on the 5-minute time frame. So where we stand today, price obviously within my trade window, we got the overnight session high, current session high at 63.39. And then here, sort of around the close of yesterday, around 62.57, we also have a cluster of lows towards 62.51, 62.50 plus minus. So quite often what I like with these is when you do see a cluster, these tend to get run, and that's quite often where the strategy works really well. When price takes out these clusters, because quite often that's where you'll have stop losses placed. So you could probably say that this is a cluster as well on the upside, since we've got so many highs, it's very close to each other. So I'll have to wait on crude oil to see if price takes either out that low or that high, and then reverse lower. Again, switch to a smaller time frame, wait for break of structure, fair value gaps, and use that as my trade location to get either long or short. So really depends on what the markets want to do. Wait for it to see what it does, and then react accordingly. So that's that. here we have NASDAQ. Like I said, maybe a little bit too conservative here at the moment, but price came very close to actually filling that order. Yeah, so when you're dealing with a wide fair value gap like that, it can sometimes be difficult to, well, not sometimes. You'll never know what the market's going to do. Is it going to actually pull like midway into that fair value gap? Is it just going to reach a top part and continue higher? In this case, it looks like that was a retest and price might be continuing higher now. So let's wait and see. That's pretty much what I'm looking at currently. If any of these set up, then yeah, we can definitely switch back to the screens and I'll show you how I manage the open positions. So it does look to me like the NASDAQ and the ES wants to continue higher today, for the time being, at very least. So let's see. How's your trade going there, Nandan? And
It's good. It's still in profit right now. It's kind of
Good.
just the 1 minute chart is kind of consolidating. It pulled back a little bit, but it seems like it's coming back up. I can show you it right now, actually.
Okay.
Oh, I think my computer just froze. Oh, never mind. All right. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, so this is my entry point. We've moved up about 1%, 1% move on Bitcoin. Yeah, this is how the 4 hours looking. It's a pretty nice move to the upside. I'm still gonna hold it. I don't know if it's gonna continue moving up or consolidate
Nice.
here, but yeah, I might be moving my stop to break even soon, just not ready yet. I'd like to see it push a little higher and for me to be a little further away from the market so I can get my stop to break even. But for now, I think I'm comfortable with my stop at where it's at right now. I have my mental stop right here at 88,321.56. So if it comes back down to here, the momentum has pretty much failed at that point. It's not going up, it's going down. I'm out. But for right
Okay.
now, it's continuously moving up, which is what I want to see on every single trade. Immediately into profit and continuing to go into profit. But yeah, it's a bit too early to say anything about this trade right now. But yeah,
Well,
that's
very good entry
Very
point,
good trade.
that's for sure. Always nice when it immediately goes in your way.
yeah, that's always a nice thing. You can you can you can take a breather at that point. Other than that, if it's in negative, you start managing a negative position, you start to get a little queasy and it just stays
Yeah.
on your mind. You're
Stop
paranoid.
doubting yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nandan, I just watch. I think that your wishes come true because the Asia session started to be very volatile, interesting. So, what do you think about the Asia session last couple of days?
It's been crazy. Gold, so gold has been very, very volatile in Asia session. So
Mm.
that's where all my trades have occurred. Actually, it's been in the Asian session for the two gold trades. Monday Asian session is when I took my second position on gold, and then I went to bed, and then we're up another 1,000 pips pretty much. It's
Wow.
absolutely crazy how much these gold pairs are moving in the Asian session. Dollar is what also was moving in the Asian session, which is why it contributed to my aggressive entry on my second position. If the US dollar was not showing consistent weakness on the 15-minute time frames. And what I mean by consistent weakness, let me share my screen again and show you
Mhm.
what I mean when I say consistent weakness. If I pull up all these gold pairs, right? Let me make this a little easier to see. So, okay, let's go to the 15-minute. Okay, let's go back to, well, actually I can show you it from right here. And this specific time, and broker time, it's 4:15, 4:15, 4:15, and all these pairs, they started making this move up at the exact same time. every single chart on the 15-minute time frame looks almost exactly identical. They started moving up at the exact same time. They started consolidating at the exact same time, and then they started breaking out again at the exact same time. That's what I want in terms of consistency, especially when I'm looking at the entry time frames. You know, the 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute charts. Those are the time frames I'll use for entry. The 1-minute chart, you know, you can use that, but I find sometimes I get faked out and it's too zoomed in. So the 5-minute is probably the minimum I'd usually go to. You can sometimes use the 1-minute. I certainly have before, especially if there's a lot of volatility going on. But I think with pairs that are really volatile like gold, a 5-minute chart might suit you better. Um, but yeah, you want all these pairs to be moving up consistently, and you will see that in currency pairs as well. You know, you have to understand which pair is driving the movement. Luckily, for my second entry for gold, the US dollar and gold were both moving up at the same time. So dollar was weakening and gold was strengthening across every single currency. That's why you have extremely strong moves. We had another 3% move on gold that day. you know, actually more than a 3% move. You know, we moved even higher. And when you have those strong moves, you can certainly ride those out, and we have no historical resistance in the way. So that's why I'm still in my first initial position that I got in last week. You know, this second position I got into, I understood that when the market starts to consolidate or pulls back, I'm going to exit because you know, even though we have strong readings from the market and consistency from the market, we're very overextended. So it's not just focusing on one thing. You have to take in multiple ideas and conditions of the entire market. What's been going on with the US dollar pairs? They've been weak forever, pretty
Yes.
much, right? So
Yes.
pullbacks are warranted. Pullbacks and retracements are warranted. A pair can only go in one direction for so long. You have
Yeah.
strong momentum for the short term, you know, intraday movements. That's great. You can treat it as an intraday trade, but to hold it for long term, I would think it would be a mistake. Well, luckily, gold worked out in my favor, and at that time we had consistent dollar weakness and gold strength, so that's why I was more than willing to hold it. But the pullback was about, I mean, oh whoops, let me go into my price alert again on gold. So again, this is my second entry, this little white circle here. And at the very highs, you know, we pulled back 430 pips before I exited this position. That's a major retracement. That's not a small move, especially on gold. Well, it's a not a major move on gold, but in terms of profit, you'll see your profit tank pretty hefty
Yeah.
when it pulls back 400 or 500 pips like that. And you know,
Yes.
again, the trend indicator starting going sideways, the 1 hour starting to consolidate. I understand, you know, look at these cycles. Look at the 4 hour cycles this pair's been making ever since the 9th of April. You know, it's been making major moves. It consolidates, makes a major move, consolidates, and it's getting a little bit unstable here. You know, it's not as smooth as a consolidation as we saw back here on this 4 hour on consolidation. You know, from the 10th to around the 15th of this month. This second consolidation was a little bit less stable. You know, but when I was presented with the opportunity for my second entry, that 5-minute time frame I was looking at again, we are consolidating in that very tiny range. I was comfortable with getting into a very aggressive position again, despite all the other factors. So it's you really got to spend some time in front of the charts to build intuition like that. You know, you can go by the books as much as possible, but again, if I went by the books, I would have lost out on potential profit. You know, so eventually intuition will come into play and you will start to see things that you didn't before. You know, if I
That's right.
before I
Yes.
wasn't able to understand that we're
Mm.
making movement cycles. You know, look at these cycles we're making. We're consolidating. We're at the very beginning of a new movement cycle. But I understand that at the next movement cycle, it's not a time to hold this position long term. I already have my initial position for to hold long term, and I've already scaled out of it. But this new position, it's just to just capture some extra pips and get out when the market starts to consolidate and potentially even sell it. You could have sold gold today. You know, I could have certainly sold gold when it hit this 1 hour little breakout, for a potential small amount of profit, but I didn't really want to because the market is too unclear in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, last night I even indicated there was potential reversals in my own specific trading plan that could take place because dollar's just been going weak every single day pretty much. But again, I don't really like this chart setup. I don't really like anything about it, so I didn't want to trade it. I could have, but I didn't. I didn't want to do it. Um, but today, luckily we got presented with the opportunity for Bitcoin. So, if
Good
one
stuff.
market,
Yes.
yeah, if one market doesn't look that great, Forex doesn't look that great, gold doesn't look that great, move on to a different one. And if nothing looks good, man, sit on your hands. Just stay out.
Yeah.
Stay out. But
Yes.
There's always another opportunity around the corner. I mean,
yeah,
with so many different instruments to trade, and that just increases like significantly.
right, right.
I do
Yes.
think, however, like some people just need to understand the nature of the beast and some of these instruments
Right.
properly, like Bitcoin, for example, which has historically been very volatile, can move very, very fast. So just
Right.
take note of that. Again, guys, if there's any questions from the viewers' side, please drop it there in the chat box, and we'll be more than happy to answer that for you guys. Guys, nothing happening on my side. Missed that breakout. Knew it was happening. Again, a bit too conservative from my side, but yeah, nothing happening on crude either. So, Igor, do you have something happening on your side?
As I watch right now, so price is the same level just 15, 20, 40 minutes ago. So to the pip, I know I don't know what to say. It's for U.S. market open. So the right now is the moment when the U.S. market and European market overlap, and when
Yeah.
liquidity should be the highest and movements very in one or other direction. And right now the market's so sideways, and the biggest push was during the Asia session. So
Yeah.
it's really strange for me. I'm trying to see why is that, and I think that this movement right now for the major forex pairs is crucial because after that I think sideways market, so price after that can really push upside or push downside, but usually after these sideways markets, usually we can see a high push in some of direction. And the problem is a lot of time we see a false breakouts, and that false breakouts is something that is I'm afraid of to enter into the trade. So this is the problem. So I just want to see US dollar Swiss. Nandan,
Just
what do you think?
before you show that, we just want to check here on the economic calendar, Igor.
Yes, but yes, let's we see.
Um, I mean, nothing much happening today, right?
Yes.
But there's quite a lot of news coming out for your currency pairs tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Euro,
Yes.
pound, same thing. Mostly PMI numbers, right?
Yes.
So maybe I don't know. Want to run through those expectations from your side? What do you think is going to happen there, or
Yes,
no
but
idea?
usually, for example, when I have these situations with PMI and all kind of inflation reports, for example, usually what I can see is false movements, usually
Yeah,
false movements, and this is something that can be interesting. For example, so if you are bullish, you wait that PMI just make price lower and then to enter again, or vice versa. So this is my best strategy when I have this kind of news. And usually this news will never have some long-term impact on any of these assets. Just help me to find a better position. But the problem is I don't have a bias right now, and this is something that frustrated me because I know that I'm Eurodollar, British pound bullish, but for British
yes.
pound though,
Yeah, it might
yes,
be a very long wait like before. When we first
Yes.
started these sessions, I remember the pound US dollar stayed in a range for that entire month.
Yeah.
Before we finally had that breakout, then price, just reversed strongly downwards again. So, yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
This
that's also why you watch the COT reports, but those things do take a while before they actually start showing
yes.
effect in the
Yes.
market.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
So I just want to consult with you about US dollar Swiss. What do you think on the maybe on the some longer term charts? I will just share my screen just to see together, just maybe to analyze that, because this can be potential interesting trade. I will take
Okay.
the 1 month chart. As you
It
can
should
see,
come up now.
so
There we
you
go.
see this is the last yes, last 3 months we had a really bearish move here, really bearish move. Now we are trying to do something, but far away. On the weekly chart, we are, as you can see, still in the bearish trend. Nothing changed here. But the interesting thing, if we watch, last couple years, this is the ultimate low. And for the weekly chart, and if I go to the monthly chart, you can see. So the first low that I can find is the August of 2011. So it's 14 years
Yeah.
ago, and
Mm.
this is the really something that we cannot see in the currency market very often, because we are usually in some kind of the range.
Right.
So, and now on the daily chart, we are seeing some push. Of course, we are far away from anything here. But I just want to ask you, what do you think about US dollar Swiss?
Yeah. Dollar Swiss. On the if I pull back that spreadsheet again, you mind if I
Okay,
share the spreadsheet
let
real
I
quickly?
just yes,
Yeah.
yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah, so looking at this spreadsheet, dollar is still weak. So dollar Swiss going to the downside, yeah, the trend is still very strong on the weekly time frame. The monthly time frame is actually starting to cross over to the downside as well. Daily time frame, we're still going down. The 4 hour, we're starting to pull back, and I don't know what it's going to do here. It's starting to pull back and retrace a little bit. Is it going to continue? I don't know. The dollar is still very weak. The Swissy strength, however, has pretty much come out of the market. So the main driver of this dollar Swiss going down at this point right now would be the dollar weakness. But again, the 4 hours on the dollar are going sideways. So if you were in the dollar Swiss, way when these move, earlier when these crazy moves started happening, like if you're up here or something like that, or even up here, I would be comfortable holding it. I would certainly scale out profits though,
Yeah.
just because we're starting to lose strength versus weakness. The currency pairs only move in one direction when you have something strong against something weak, or something strong against something neutral. And in this case, the dollar is still weak, but it's been so overextended and just moving in weakness just for so long. I'm expecting more retracements and potentially consolidations, or an even aggressive pullback. Just for the short term, I could totally be wrong. I mean, I've been wrong so many times. These pairs could absolutely
Yes.
continue down lower, but just for right now, what the spreadsheet, what is the market telling me right now? I'm not a guru. I don't pretend to be a guru. I have no idea what these economic reports even mean, to be honest with you. So what I'm paying attention to is the spreadsheet. What is the spreadsheet telling me on the 4 hour trends? What are all the trends telling me? Well, on the 4 hour for the dollar, we're currently consolidating and retracing. That's what I've indicated on the charts and on the spreadsheet. Now, the Swissy, we don't have consistency on the 4 hour. We don't have
Mhm.
consistency on the daily time frame. We do have some consistency on the weekly, but compared to its peak strength, which was every single currency going in the same direction, different currencies are starting to take over that, then dominate that strength in the market now. So it's too early to say what's going to happen with this pair. If is the dollar just going to continue down, or is it going to stop here, consolidate, pull back? And I don't know what could happen. Many things could happen. Just as of this time right now, it's not a pair I'm really looking at for a trade right now, just because it's kind of stuck in it's currently
Yes.
consolidating. It's lost its juice, and it's in that range, on the 4 hour. We did have a breakout of it, but at that time, again, it was the dollar driving the movements. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure we had some minor Swissy strength, but it wasn't anything noteworthy. Even the spreadsheet saying that. So I don't know what's going to happen with this dollar Swiss. The best case scenario for this pair to move down is the Swissy starts coming. We maybe get a consolidation for another day or two until the 4 hour starts to pull back down, or just a little bit. Maybe even the daily starts to go completely sideways on these trend indicators. And then once we retest the lows after the dailies or 4 hour, consolidate more, then I'd be interested in selling if we have consistency in either one of those currencies. But for right now, I
And
think we're due for a pullback and retracement.
and
Okay.
I have one question for you, Nandan. Just
Yeah.
thinking about these strategies, especially when we think related to the intraday.
Mhm.
Imagine that you have let we assume my favorite British pound dollar. Imagine that you have the weakest currency is US dollar, for example, and the
Yeah.
strongest is British pound dollar. So we watch that on intraday level. So intraday level, these two currency pairs are one of the weakest and another is the strongest.
Yeah.
And this we measure from the beginning of the day. For example,
Yeah.
now we have a volatile Asia session. And now we are in the Euro session, for example, just opening range.
Hmm.
How do you build your strategy now when you have for example, British pound dollar? You want to buy British pound dollar. It's a really US dollar the weakest, British pound dollar the strongest. But the problem is during the Asia session, we had a strong push. So
Yeah.
big push, like we had this couple weeks, we had several sessions like that.
Yeah.
How do
Absolutely.
you what do you do then?
So my rules for Asian session trading are different. My main trading session is where my 95% of trades occur. I never like to trade outside of it. The only times I like to trade in the Asian session are when there's a volatile news announcement, or it's a very volatile instrument like gold, because gold is it's very volatile where you can have stable movements. I mean, we've seen it these last uh 2 weeks, what gold has been doing. But with the Asian session, if I have any, you know if I don't have a news catalyst involved in the Asian session, and it's not a volatile instrument like gold or crypto, I'm not really trading Forex
Yeah.
in there. The only time I would potentially consider trading Forex is if it's against the yen, New Zealand, or Aussie dollar pairs, specifically in the Asian session, because at that time, that's when those currencies, are more awake than the others. So I'm comfortable trading the New Zealand yen and the Aussie dollar pairs, but they have to be at a fresh cross on the 4 hour in a long-term trend. It has to be a great breakout on the 4 hour daily, and it has to have a fresh cross on these trend indicators. If it's a trend continuation or anything like that, I'm not really interested. Um, Now, what you're saying, if you have a movement early in the European session, it's because it's a pound pair. It's okay to trade it, especially if you have a news catalyst. But if you don't have a news catalyst, for me, I'm asleep at that time. So
Yes.
that's my answer. I'm asleep. I wake up at one time. I go to sleep at one time. I don't like to do what I used to do, which is stay up and
Yeah.
wait and monitor the market. You know,
Until
and
your
if
eyes
it
bleed.
Yeah, at one point, just step away from the charts, let the opportunity come to you, put
Mm.
the odds in your favor. When you're not in the main trading session, what happens? You're putting the odds against you at that point, especially if you don't have a news catalyst. If you have news coming out that time, that's perfectly fine. You can certainly trade it, and you can certainly get great movements. I've missed countless movements just because of that alone. And it's been
Yeah.
pretty frustrating because you plan for them, but it's just my location is such where I have to be asleep. I have other commitments outside of trading, so um,
For sure.
yeah, it's
Yes.
it's good to get some sleep and not be a dud the whole day. So
Yes.
that's kind
We
of how
are
my
human after
strategy.
all, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's basically how my strategy kind of changes. I don't know if that answered your question. I hope that did. If you got any more
No, no,
clarification you need.
just yes, it's okay. But just I watch that heat map, and sometimes I want to get something from that, to use as a trigger for something. But the problem for me is if I see that some currency is strong and other is weaker, is that the last several hours something happened and I'm late to enter into the trade because already happened that bullish move or bullish lag or
Mm.
bearish lag
Yeah,
finished. And this is the problem of using the heat map. So I'm looking the best strategy how to integrate the heat map into the trading. This is more
right.
my question. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So when anytime you get into a position, whether, I always use the 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, even the 1 hour sometimes to enter in on the trends on the larger time frames. So those time frames I just mentioned are technically my smaller time frames. They are my entry time frames. I use the entry time frames to get into the trends on the larger time frames. That's pretty much it. And anytime I'm looking to get into a trade, I have a price alert breached or something happens, because I trade with momentum, the first thing I'm looking at is when did this movement start? When did the movement start? And usually you can see it pretty clearly.
Mm.
Looking at this pound dollar chart, let's say we're focusing on this big move to the upside, right? Let's say I get a good reading from the heat map, and I'm essentially at this point. I'm pretty late into this
Yes.
move. I'm at the third wave, I guess. Um, the first question I'm asking myself is, when did this movement start? It started right here. It started moving up consistently right here. These trend indicators are very powerful when it comes to this. It tells you, when did this movement start. At that point, if I was around here, that could be that's a solid entry point. Just wait for a breakout of this 15-minute range, and hold it for the upside. But another thing you have to consider is, what is the condition of the market as well. So you've established, when did the movement move, you've established how deep are you into the movement, and let's say you want to enter into a trade. Well, the next thing you need to consider is, what's the condition of the market? Is this a choppy market or is this a trending market? The pound dollar, for example, you know this is a trending market. We're in a very strong trend. Okay, you've established you're in a trend now. The overall market conditions, there are stable trends. Not the 4 hours are a little bit suspect, for this exact moment of time. But look at specifically at this pound dollar. We're at a very significant resistance area. So do you
Yeah.
see how I'm pairing multiple things together? It's not just that heat map, and it's not just when did the movement start.
Mm.
It's also, I'm taking a look at resistance and support levels.
Yeah.
I'm making a note at what is the market condition, and based off of that, I manage my risk. You know, because we're so close to that resistance area, we're in that zone of resistance on the daily on this pound dollar. Because I'm late into this movement, or I'm in the middle of this movement on the intraday standpoint.
Yes. And do you have some question that you ask yourself before you enter into the trade? I will never enter this trade if the heat map show me this. Do you have
Well,
some rules for that?
yeah, if the market's consolidating and it's choppy, if we have half of the market going nowhere, if we're getting a lot of consolidation and there's no pair that's in a trend on the larger time frames, that impacts everything. That's when you get into moves on the smaller time frames that are very choppy. They you get whipsawed like crazy. And at that point,
Yes.
I don't care what that heat map is telling me, because the market condition is such where it's just unstable. You
Yeah.
need momentum. Momentum paired with stability is what will give you profit. And the
Mm.
stability comes from the entire market condition and how strong those signals are. How strong how consistent each currency group is. And you have to remember, what do you do with the pound US dollar? You split it into two. If you look at the news calendar, nowhere in the news calendar does it say pound US dollar news. It says pound
Yeah.
news and US dollar news. It's never combined
Correct.
into a pair. So that's the same mindset I'd like to take in this. What is the
Mm.
pound doing against each currency? What is the US dollar doing against each currency? Then I make my judgment call. The pound is showing consistency here, or the US dollar is showing consistency here. If nothing's showing consistency and we have momentum and there's a price breakout, that's a sign to scale back. You either scale back or you just sit on your hands and just wait until you get, wait another day. You might have missed this movement cycle, but wait another day until there's more consistency. Why do you
Gotcha.
have to get into the very beginning of a movement?
Mm.
You don't necessarily have to do that every single time.
You've got to join the ride.
Yeah, exactly. Go where the money is going. Don't.
Nandan, just by the way, we got a question here from one of our YouTube viewers, El Bakor, and he's saying, "Hi, I'm new here, so welcome.
Oh
Thanks
yeah,
for watching."
yeah.
And he's
What are the
asking,
two
which two
MAs?
MMAs are you using there on the 4 hours gold chart?
Yeah.
I
So
suppose
actually,
it's
these
asking
two.
which settings, right?
Yeah, these two exponential moving averages. So they're exponential moving averages. The green exponential is a 5, and it's exponential, and then the red line is a 12 exponential moving average, and that's pretty much it.
All right, so they're pretty short periods.
Yeah, yeah, but they're powerful. I tell you, man.
Yeah,
It's the same on
very
every single time
sensitive
frame.
to change, right?
Yeah, right.
And you use them across the board on all your time frames.
Every currency, every intraday trade, every time frame, everything.
So
I
just to
use it.
reiterate, there, it's a 5 and a 12 period, right? EMA.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Yeah, and these trend indicators are used for my multiple analysis when I do my daily market analysis, and then they're also used in my entry time frame when I'm entering
Yeah.
into a trade. That's also what I use for when did this movement start.
I just want to clarify to Al there that you do not use a simple moving average crossover entry and exit. There's a lot
Yeah,
of things that
right.
go into that. If you're going to just enter when it crosses to the upside or downside and use that as a signal, I can guarantee you're going to get burned.
Exactly. Yeah, never do that. Please don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to have consistency. Please look at the older webinars where I was on, and I go into detail on specific tools I'll use or some and other stuff I look into. But I've definitely mentioned it before as well. But when you start using and looking at the market in these ways, you can get into a trade like gold where you're up 2,000 pips. That's the
Yeah.
potential of this strategy. But yeah,
Awesome.
any other questions? Please let me know on that.
Al says thank you. Awesome. No worries, Al. Guys, I'll just quickly go over my charts. We've still got about 14, 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
Let's share that again. So the crude oil market's pretty much just been ranging sideways. I was pretty hopeful that price would take out the overnight high at 63.39. That hasn't happened yet. Might still happen. Who knows? But price will need to take out one of those levels, the upper or the lower ones here, the clusters, before I'll get interested in the trade. So sideways movement here on crude. Then the NASDAQ, remember this was the opening range. Let's just take that away. The first 15-minute opening range, 9:30 to 9:35 till 9:45, right? Or 9:40, 9:45. So giving us a high of 18,099 and a low of 17,989. So price after the first 5 minute did continue to the upside. Remember, we had a bit of a breakout or retest of that breakout area, but there was also a fair value gap here on the 5 minute, right? And price has then since made a move to the upside. However, that's not been a very strong move thus far. So even if I did get in here, we probably would have just been in profit by a little bit. So I'm not really feeling too bad about missing that trade. That being said, you should be consistent taking all of your trades. I was a little bit conservative in my stance getting into this. I actually wanted to get in a little bit midway into this fair value gap. Got very close to getting into it, but yeah, price continued higher. If you look at the S&P 500, same thing. Broke above the overnight session high at 5,227, continued higher. It's currently running a little bit sideways. And yeah, I've just shown you there on the NASDAQ what's happening. So that's just a quick recap. Crude oil sideways. Did not get into that NASDAQ trade or that setup. But things have since been running sideways here as well. So a bit of an uneventful trading session thus far for myself with my trading strategy. So hopefully things wake up a little bit tomorrow. Again, we have Tesla reporting their quarterly earnings this after the market close, when the stock market closed. So we'll see how the NASDAQ reacts to that news. And yeah, I don't personally think it's going to be a really good earning report, especially after all the damage and stuff that's been caused to Elon's Teslas. Who knows? You know, I don't really trade earnings. Again, it can just be like any news event where you have a sudden impact and then things reverse back again in the opposite direction. Or
Yeah.
it gives you really bad earnings and things go upwards. So I used to trade that with options, which was a bit more profitable. Trading big earning reports on your FANGs, your big five stocks, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google, and you can actually trade the volatility in those pairs using options, which was pretty cool. But those are back in the days. Probably have to try and get back into that again. But from the strategies that we obviously show here, I can't do that. But again, quick recap: what's happening my side. We still have 10 minutes left. Guys, if you want to share anything on your side, it'll be great. And
Okay,
Yeah, I can.
I plan to
please
create
ask
one
questions,
trade.
guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Right. You're going to
I'm
share
losing.
your screen.
Just a moment. I have some block right
No
now.
worries.
The problem with internet, I think. I hope that soon I will have opportunity to share the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I will now. I share the screen.
Here we go. Should come up now. Perfect.
So I plan to make one trade, very small trade, because this is my setup C. So it's something that it's just based on something that I already talk about. It's about a trade related to range in the British pound dollar. So as you can see, we didn't went below 1.3360, and we are approaching maybe again to go to the 3415. So I will set this profit. Of course, if we are around 1.34 around midnight, I will close my trade with a small profit. I will not wait to see the Asia session because it can be a little bit volatile. Yesterday, I made the same order, and it was the profitable order because
Okay.
the same thing happened the last time. So this is something that I'm afraid, because that range is frustrating. You're 100% sure you break, you touch the new low, and just start to go in that range between 1.336 to 1.3420. So I will try to catch the again this range, and I see the push right now because last 2 hours we are really we have a strong fundamental support, and as you can see, the price starting to go a little bit up every few half hours. We have few pips up, few pips up. It's a little bit boring, but I don't see momentum to be so strong that we put the new lows today and something like that. So this is my small trade. So we will see what will happen. Sometimes I make this kind of the trades because I risk a little bit less, but it's very good for the shape, because sometimes if I avoid to enter into the trades a long time, I become not frustrating, but a little bit nervous, and then I can make mistakes. In this case, I just practice a little bit, make some small trade, very, very low risk, and I have enough room for the stop loss, enough for the target 1-to-1, and I can relax. And I'm sure that I will be a little bit more than 50% of the time on the right side. So there's no problem, especially when the main market structure for British pound dollar is bullish. Even we are right now in the sideways, it's a bullish. We cannot say it's a bearish. So this is the why I entered here in this kind of the trade.
Very nice.
Nice. You guys mind if I share that trade? Give you an update on how that crypto trade is going?
Yeah,
yes,
please
please.
do.
Yes, please.
We still have some time left, yeah.
Okay. Oh, whoops. All right. Hopefully you guys can see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we're still in profit. Still moved up. It moved up a little bit more. I still haven't moved my stop to break even yet. I'm still a bit too close to the market for my liking to get my stop to break even. I'm still monitoring this pair. I have price alerts. That's the beautiful thing about price alerts. You can set them for whatever reason. You can set them for profit taking, for mental stops, for getting your stop to break even, whatever the case may be. Price alerts are very adaptable to whatever you want to use them for. But yeah, currently that trade is progressing well. That's pretty much a short update. This is 5-minute chart.
Yeah.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Very nice.
Yeah, I also, regards to that comment, I believe Al Bakor made. I apologize if I butchered your name, by the way. Specifically, look at the webinars or sessions that were done on April 5th. I did go into another trade breakdown I had. If you want to learn more about the tools there, but unfortunately, I'm not able to go into those specific tools right now. But yeah, if you want more insight on how I look at the market and what I'm looking at exactly, that's a great one to look at as well. Session to review. But yeah, that's all I really have to add, guys. I mean, this trade it's pretty self-explanatory. It's too early to boom my stop to break even. Continuously, we'll monitor it, but I think the daily and weekly timeframes, I think they're starting to play in our favor again to go back up.
What levels is stop loss at there?
So my stop is at, so it's this price alert here, 88,321.56. So
that's the alert.
That's the alert, and that's currently where I have my stop as well. Yeah, this.
All right.
Yeah, I moved my stop up to this price alert, but I'm gonna keep monitoring this pair and potentially move it into break even to a few pips. We'll see. Yeah.
Nice. Hopefully, one of those situations where you wake up in the morning, you're up 1,000 pips.
Yeah, it's been pretty fantastic.
You've been putting them off recently quite a bit, so well
yeah.
done.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I think this is probably the best month I've probably had in a while, a very long time.
It's like gold as well. It's like just going up and up and up and up. It's what's that saying in the markets? The markets can stay irrational for longer than you can stay.
Yeah.
Liquid or something like that.
Right. It's funny because,
or whatever the case might be. So, you can't really try to call tops or bottoms either. It's like trade what you see, right, and stick with it.
Right.
Yeah, we all know that gold's, for example, being skyrocketing. If you look at a weekly time frame, it's just straight up. What goes up must come down at some stage, but you're making mistakes or losing out on profit especially if you think now, but it's it's going to reverse now. The next day, sitting there again, which has been happening, up
Yeah.
2.3%, 2.5%. You want to kick yourself.
Yeah.
It's difficult. It's
Yeah,
a
the
difficult
biggest
psychological aspect but while everyone's in it, try to ride the wave. Is what as they say.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't be surprised at the markets anymore. I get surprised every time. At this point, I don't. It's not even surprising anymore. These
Yeah.
markets can make
No, true.
moves that are just absolutely massive. And the biggest mistake I can do is just be surprised at it. Take it for what it is. Look
Yeah.
at it. It's happening right in front of your eyes, and follow it.
Mm,
That's
mm.
what I've learned. Is there are moves that have shocked me to my core.
And if you have that fear of not getting in, and then you actually do too late when most of the move has been made, or then you go into a ranging market.
Yeah.
At some stage, that's got to disappear, and gold or whatever market, even Bitcoin, can be in ranges for quite some time.
Yeah,
Then
and
you're
if you're in
sitting
that,
with that real frustrating market conditions
Yes.
again, and then you want to
right,
kick yourself for missing those nice momentum trades.
right, exactly. And if you're
Mm,
late into the move, you can always scale back. If you really
mhm,
are dying to get into that position, man,
mm.
you can scale back. That's the beautiful thing
Yeah,
about trading.
yeah.
The system stays the same. Your risk is
Manage your
different.
risk
Yeah,
so it doesn't become a
well
big
said.
issue.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Gents, we've reached the end of our session. Unless you want to add something, otherwise I'm back tomorrow. I don't know when you guys are back on again.
I believe I'm back tomorrow as well.
Awesome,
The same time. Yes.
perfect.
Nice. All right.
Been nice seeing you guys again. And
Yes.
Yeah.
hopefully you wake up to 1,000 pips there. We'll
Yeah.
Yes.
review tomorrow. And same with you, Igor.
Uh,
Hopefully your pound
wish
US dollar trade works out there.
wish you
All right,
nice trades,
guys.
guys.
Nice.
Yep.
Anyway, thanks
I
for the
wish.
questions, everyone. Have a good one. Please stay tuned for the next round of coaches. They'll be around on top of the hour. Anyway,
Yes.
until next time, take care and goodbye.
All right,
Goodbye.
y'all.
Bye
Cheers.
bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Paul, how's it going, man?
Hey, Janine, good to see you. How was your Easter
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, it was good, man. Been hiding some Easter eggs for myself, and I did the whole thing.
You hid your own Easter eggs. Well, that couldn't have been a very exciting hunt.
well, no, not really. But yeah, it was. I enjoyed the break. Sorry, okay. I think is it just the two of us today?
I think maybe Michael's joining us. Let me just double check.
I just want to show quickly, if you don't mind, I am in a trade in the NASDAQ. I actually already placed one. This is the second one. Not sure if you saw, but we actually had a bit of a update today. So this was the first one. I just kind of left it there so you can see exactly where I entered. It was just basically off support. We broke out pretty strongly. You can see on all three time frames, 15-minute, half an hour, and the 1 hour. So there's really good confluence there. But the breakout just kind of ran away from me. There was just nothing there. Didn't pull back. And then, we got a pull back right to the support level. So that was the first one. And now I didn't take this one because it was a bit pretty much immediately after the first trade. But now this one, we got the breakout and now retest. So we'll see if this one work out in my favor. But today, the NASDAQ had a pretty strong update, so we're pretty much engulfing that candle. It doesn't really tell me much about the longer term. I think this $5 trillion Nancy Pelosi candle.
Hi, Michael. Good to see you.
Hey, Michael. How's it going, man?
Did you just say Nancy Pelosi?
Hey, what's
candle?
up, guys? I'm awesome.
What does that mean?
Well, there was a bit of they talked about insider. I don't know. I'm just messing around.
Right. Insider trading. I don't think about that. Okay, fine, fair enough.
Yeah. So
Congress.
But that really kind of makes the picture a bit difficult to read. It was such a big candle. But if you kind of try to get rid of that candle, we came back to that level resistance, and then we came back down. Looks like we're pretty much in the middle of that, and now I would say we're ranging really more than anything else. But on the smaller time frames, it's pretty clear what's happening. Right? It's definitely going up. So that is my second trade for today. We'll see if this one works out. So that's the NASDAQ. Now the pound US dollar. As I said yesterday I was in session number 1. I just spoke about, we're in a bit of an awkward spot. Be very careful for longs because this horizontal line, you can see that there is the weekly resistance. So if you go to the weekly time frame, you can see it there, right? That's the weekly resistance. So be very careful with longs. It's not typically when we at an area like this, I like to, and you'll always hear me say this, like just break out of the level and then wait for a retest, or if it pulls back, then look at a reasonable level. So for me, it will be this 1.3291. I'll just delete all this because they are not relevant anymore. So on the 4-hour time frame, I think this is a pretty decent level if we can get that. So for now, I don't think it's a good idea to do anything. It either just needs to break out and retest or come to a very strong level. I think that will be a pretty good way to play it. But if you look at the smaller time frames, like the 15-minute time frame, you can see we're getting a double top there with a weekly resistance right ahead of it. So that's a little bit bearish. The half an hour is giving you exactly the same pattern there, also a double top there, and the 1 hour as well. There's that, but you kind of against the trend. So the bias is definitely bullish. I think it would make more sense to wait for a really good level of support and then trade in that direction. Or again, if it just breaks out, wait for a retest. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been a little weary on GU lately. It's been acting a little funky.
Yeah, it's like it typically, I mean, when you get to something like a weekly resistance, and if you look at the size of the moves that we had up to that point, it's like, is it is it going to pull back a little bit, or it's just difficult to stack probabilities in your favor, to say, it's the probability is definitely higher for it to go long than short. It's always tricky for me anyway at those key levels. So
Right.
I'd rather just wait for it to break out or just pull back. But having said that, you can probably have a crack at the short side as well, even though you just need to really reduce your trade size. On the 15-minute, you did get a close here. So that's a confirmation. That's a confirmed double top. But then you can't just take the trade. It needs to kind of break the low first, and that would be the point of entry. But you never got that. So it's just pulling, oh, what happened there? All right, just took profit on that trade. Great stuff. Not a bad day on the NASDAQ.
Hey.
I still think right now for the pound US dollar, you probably better off just wait for a key level. I think I've said
100%.
that. Okay, so and then what else is it? Oh, did you see gold? Gold looks for the
master right about now.
Yeah,
but it looks for the first time. I mean, this is the first real strong signal, I would say, that because it had another really strong update this morning when I had a look. But this looks like for the first time that this is now it potentially found a high. I don't know what you guys think of that. Obviously not enough. But, I'm not really sure if I was going to short this, like what exactly or how exactly I would play this.
well, I would want to try and see if there's what was behind it. Like, so I mean, what's the sentiment? Because obviously, there's clearly more than TA driving these movements, of course, right? So I think that's the question ultimately.
Yeah, definitely. This 4-hour candle, I was watching this this morning, and I thought, wow, are we going to get an engulfing candle? But it didn't quite engulf it. Like if it closed, like if it took out this entire candle, that would have been such a strong reversal signal with a pullback potentially to this level. On the 4 hour.
For me, that would definitely have to swing back to the high, right? And like retest that high again, fail it, and then fall over. Right now, it's like it's only half the story.
I just saw your message, Michael. Let me on. Sorry, I didn't even see you. I didn't even see you. But yeah, it's obviously much easier to trade with. We've been spoiled, I suppose, but I didn't even trade gold. But I say definitely with the pound US dollar, we've had some really, really nice moves on the pound US dollar, to the upside. But now it looks like it's just, that's not exactly what's playing out at the moment. And then finally,
the big
Bitcoin. That one broke out beautifully. Well, yesterday when in the session 1, we were talking. Well, it was doing that, breaking out, and we just spoke about. Well, first of all, Paul, we haven't spoken for a week, so I don't really know what your take is on Bitcoin. But I had 2 positions on. I identified this support zone, and when we dipped in here, when we broke out above there again, I took a second position. And what I said in the sessions was like, if we approach this resistance level, it really depends on how we approach it. So if it kind of struggles, I'll close the second position, but I'll leave the first position open, because the first position stop loss is below this first higher low. So it's a pretty safe kind of position to have. This one, not so much. So I closed my position yesterday, the second one there. And then we broke out, and we just spoke about you need to wait for a pullback, and I used the FIB levels. But it didn't quite get to the 50, but it did get to this high of this, the right-hand shoulder of the inverse head and shoulders pattern, which is also this range outside this diagonal line. So if I just zoom out here, This is the inverse head and shoulders pattern. Here's the left shoulder, the head, and the head is also made up of a double bottom and lower, a higher low, etc. So if you get that breakout, then the support level makes sense to be on the right hand shoulder. But the sad news is I didn't get this entry the second time, so I'm just in one trade. So, but I mean, it's okay. So now I'm not sure if we'll get a pullback, because that is where I would like, as I mentioned yesterday, my target is 94,000. So it's like, I don't, and by the way, the target for the monthly, the target, the 94,000 level, comes from the monthly time frame. It's a monthly time frame candle. I'll just quickly show you. Let me just get rid of all of this. But it's basically, you'll see it now. Yeah, so do you see that that monthly candle here, that high? So the 94 level is actually just below that. So that is the take profit area. Yeah, so really nice breakout today, but we'll see if it's going to pull back. It doesn't look, I mean, Bitcoin can do anything, but yeah, looks like I'm just going to be in that one trade. But yeah, so
yeah, I was going to say, what's your entry price on there again?
82, just below 82. Yeah. So it was on the Holoprime account, because that it's a trade that I took in the session. It was just to do that. Yeah, so that's basically those are basically the markets. That's the pound US dollar. So not a lot on pound US dollar. Obviously on the NASDAQ we had a nice move to the upside. Took 2 trades there, both successful. And Bitcoin. Yeah, so that's it for now. But over to any one of you.
Will. Sure. I'll go ahead.
It seems we left you chaps out in the cold earlier.
What was that?
You were trying to get into the session, so as
compensation. Yeah. I appreciate it. So cool. Not too much going on for me. I'll end with Bitcoin because that was my main thing for today. I was looking at NASDAQ 100 today. I'll be honest. Actually, let me start with GU because that's what I'm supposed to start with. Let me start with GU, GJ, then I'll get into the other stuff. So yeah, guys, this is what I mean when I say GU's been really funny for me lately. Now, I will say it is starting to hit this top here in essence. And let me take this off, but this is on something else. I'm not really worried about that area. I'm looking for this type of pattern though, right? As always, you guys already know my style. I'm looking for something like this, right, to happen. But this thing is not cooperating, not at all. So I haven't taken a trade on GU, in a bit here over this, because they're just kind of not really agreeing, not cooperating at all. Oh, let me take this off too. This is ugly. I don't really like that. I want to move this on up here. Yeah, there we go. Right. So as I always say, once I get this 5,200 cross, which is right here, I'm looking for some type of action, some type of pattern move off this 200 EMA. And as you can see, it just has not touched it since it left, which was around the 10th. All right. Since April 10th, the thing has just been gone for nearly 2 weeks now. So I'm not interested in GU, not at all. I've been leaving this up here just to kind of leave it as a mild marker, so to speak. So yeah, not too much at all, obviously on the chart side. And then you guys know my TDI needs to agree with me too. Now we are getting some type of love just a little bit, right? Because we do get this market baseline. It is starting to point down, right? So I can, on top of this double top here in essence, right? This funny, small, miniature, quasi M top, we also are getting the market baseline to start to point to the downside, right? So to me, that is an indication that this thing probably will go ahead and eventually go down. But whether that's to the 50, and I think I was talking with Howard yesterday, if this comes down to the 200 and makes this pattern, I'm all over it, right? That's just my setup. But if this somehow bounces off the 50 and keeps going, I just won't be a part of that move, because in the cycle for me, right, like I just need it to come down and do a few more things. I'm not interested in taking a bounce off of this to go longer. Even if it was off of a key level, right? Let's say somewhere like right here, right? Even if this bounced off this area, like went below the 50 a bit and then kind of came back up, I still wouldn't be interested in that. This thing would need to come all the way down to the 200 for me. So GU is not in play for quite some time for me. I'm just watching it, monitoring it every day, kind of see what's going on. And I'm just leaving this here for when this eventually does do this, right? There's going to be a far out prediction like my Bitcoin situation. Because in the whole cycle, like again, repeatedly, it's a strong pattern. And the next move for me in the cycle is for this to come down and touch the 200. So I don't want to take bounces off the 50 when I'm expecting it to go lower, right? So in essence, this is really nothing. I'm just kind of watching it. Then GJ, we had not too much action either. All right. Yeah, this was fugly too. Just hanging out. Not too much going on at all. We had this cross way back here, right? At the next, I'll go ahead and mark them out. We had this cross way back here. This is forever ago, right? April 1st. This was an April Fool's joke, apparently, over here. Like, we finna get you. And ever since then, we did have this 800, 200 cross, but nothing, guys. Like, I'm not interested, even though this is a huge, ugly M pattern. This is not my style of trading. This is just ugly. It's kind of been, for me, this has just been hanging out for quite some time now. I don't like it like that, right? This been here for nearly a week, a little bit over a week. So this was absolutely nothing for me as well. So my main two, GU and GJ, absolutely nothing. Cool. So getting on to these top three, I was looking at NASDAQ 100, US 30, and S&P today, but they did not play out for me. They actually went the other way. So I'm glad somebody scalped it and got some good setups in there, Jannie.
Yeah. It was just really nice confluence as I showed you. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, for sure. And this is that thing again, right? Where like, because for me, this on the longer term, this is short. Like this is across to the downside for me, right? So I wouldn't have wanted to take. I would have much rather it came up here and gave me some type of interaction off the 200, right? Like this, like some move here, and then going short like this. Because again, just I would just mention for GE, that is the next pattern to take a look at. But if you look here, I didn't even put my setup on here. I just said this is a 15-minute M, right? So if we go to the 15-minute today, I'll just delete this. This was trying to set up for like a nice little M structure here. I just wanted to see what it would look like when it did, right? I was expecting it to do something like this, right? Stops could have went above here. I'm not saying I would have took this, but I just wanted to see it when it did set up. But of course, this goes the total opposite way, which is actually what the pattern would suggest it's supposed to do on the 1 hour chart. Once that 5,200 cross, the next move is that M, right? Looking for something like this, right? So this would be the next viable setup in essence. Just like GU, as I just mentioned. So yeah, not too much on this one today, right? And then US 30 was similar, but a little bit further away. I didn't like how this part of the M here, well, the first leg, this didn't touch the 200 like it should have. So this was further away. So actually this was a pass for me too. A lot of the times, US 30, NAS 100, and the NAS, they all kind of run together. But if they're all doing the same thing, I always like to pick which one is the worst and to stay away from that one. And today, that was this one, right? US 30 was the worst out of the three.
That's why I don't even have an alert set. How I had an alert set on NAS 100, right? So 15-minute M is what I put. There's no alert on this one at all because it's not close enough. I would have wanted this to touch this 200. But then when we get to S&P, you see I do have an alert here. Same thing, 15-minute M, because this actually did touch it, right? So these three kind of rolled together a little bit. I was just trying to see what would have happened today. So yeah, a little bit of something, same kind of thing. I was looking for maybe something like this, right? This would have been a risky trade. Have you taken it? Because again, the next move that you're expecting is this move off the 200 on the 1 hour chart. So, I was gonna say, where in the world did the 200 just go? Okay, here it is. All right, so same thing as NAS, right? Looking for this exact move like this, and then come down to here, right? So neither one of those happened, obviously. And in essence, I was really just looking at Bitcoin today. I saw this close on the daily yesterday that we've been talking about for, it seems like, I don't know, half a decade already. Forever.
Yeah, it took a while.
Yes, this thing took forever. So I did grab this. I got in at 87. So I'm in at 87.5. Oh, 87,000. You say you're in at 82, so you got a much better price than me. But yeah, I was waiting for this.
So yeah, but that was a week ago already. So
yeah, I remember you turned biased right before. I was like, well, I'm still sitting here. I need to see if it's gonna either one close above the 50, right, for the long, or two, if the 50 EMA and the 200 EMA are gonna cross to the downside, then I will be short. But until then, I was just kind of hanging on. But yeah, once this daily closed above this 50 yesterday, I took this at 6:30, I think. Yeah, I want to say I took this at 6:30. What did that say? 18:30. That's 6:30. Yeah, that's 6:30. 6:33. So yeah, I'm just kind of hanging on. I know you said I got my stop loss to break even price around 96.3. Here, I would be interested in taking something off the table, especially my risk. And reason being is right here. Once it gets to this, like, this is the next good key level. Same thing here, really. I could justify this level too, but that's about the same thing.
yeah.
So,
what's your are you going for the all-time highs or?
Nah. If this starts getting towards these highs here, like around here, I'll go ahead and take this off at this point. Now, I don't want to say I want to take it fully off. I think I'll take most of it off and maybe leave like a little runner just in case. What if the thing goes at like 115, 120, and I'm like, I bought in at 87. That'll hurt me a little bit. Especially after watching it for damn near 2-3 weeks. So yeah, I would leave a piece on there, but I'm not expecting this to go to the moon just yet. I think there's gonna be a lot of pullbacks in this. So I'm really just in for the shorter term, if anything. So nothing too long here. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Nothing too major. I just wanted to grab this from yesterday because we were talking about this for quite some time, right? And we were just mentioning how on the daily that we talked about this a few times. I think I got a few markups about this too, right? Once that 5200 cross, I'm not long, but my bias is long. Every time it interacts off this 200 EMA, it does some type of move higher, right? Every single time. Sure. So we went over this a few times, and this was that third one that I said, hey, if this thing closes above the 50, I'll jump in then. But before that, kind of just hanging on. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Not too much motion going on my side of the world.
Then Mexico.
Yeah.
Well, Just before you take over, Paul, you missed my session on Thursday. I was doing a lot of Bitcoin selling. I said to Michael and I said to Aymane, Michael and Aymane said, I'm going to sell you some Bitcoin today.
Yeah,
So I'll just...
I remember that. I remember that.
I'll just show you.
Let's check it out. Let's check it out. That inadvertent chart, right? When you put the chart upside down.
Yeah, it really helps, you know, because I'm a bit slow, so I need to kind of take a lot of time and look at things from different angles and turn things upside down. But if you look at, so this is what on Thursday, right? Well, you can't see it yet. Yeah. So this is Bitcoin upside down. So this is the context. Right here is a major resistance level, a monthly resistance level. You get this beautiful top, double top. It breaks this is a confirmed double top, and it comes to test the neckline of the double top, also forming, it was a Fibonacci retracement level, making a lower high, and then it breaks this level where the pullback started. You break the diagonal line. So the question I asked was, do you want to long this or do you want to short this? Is it more likely to go up there, or is it more likely to go back down here? And if it goes there, don't you think it's more likely to go there? And Michael was on board. I don't think Aymane says, no, I don't know. Okay, I suppose it's not enough. I understand, we all look at different things and so on. So, sometimes you get it wrong, and sometimes you get it right. I think the most important thing is risk management, really. Just to, when you're wrong, you just got to, you're not betting the farm. Mm-hmm. But anyway,
on this particular setup, though, I remember, right? Like, because right before it's this huge M, it runs down, it retests that zone, and it drops. That automatically right there for me is short.
This over here?
Where are you? Oh, I don't even see where you are. Yep, right there. Exactly.
Yeah.
So once you got that M and it breaks down, and then the next little leg, that higher low to the left. Yeah. Yep. Once it touches that area and breaks all of that's it for me. That's it.
Yes. But it's just the reason why I show this is because some people like to, or they find it easier to identify short opportunities compared to long opportunities. Yeah, I do this a lot. I turn things upside down. see if I can
upside down or just your chart.
No, I take a screenshot and then I flip it over and then I look at it. But anyway, all right, over to you, Paul.
Cool.
Yes, let's hear what Paul got to say. I was excited to get on because I know typically on Tuesdays the three of us jump on.
Yeah, I'm really curious to know about especially the altcoin market. I have no idea what's going on there. Well, how that performed today.
Yeah, so Tuesday is definitely top altcoin pick day. There'll be a video out tomorrow with some top altcoin picks. I can run through them as well in the stream. But yeah, so this is I'm a little bit disorganized today because I've been doing altcoins, but this is obviously quite a good image of kind of where Bitcoin's been and where we might be going now. And just curiously, just watching this kind of interesting kind of triangle form on the fear and greed indicator as well, with we're sitting in neutral, which I think represents kind of the sentiment in the market at the moment. So we've obviously had this very bullish breakout. Anything to do with the 1 day 200 MA is bullish, but we are running straight into significant resistance. So a pullback, at least, to retest the 1 day makes perfect sense at that point. But just before we get into the weeds, this was obviously a perspective, an inverse kind of, speaking of putting things upside down, an inverse cup and handle. And this was a potential bullish scenario for Bitcoin, which has now thankfully been invalidated by the recent price action as we've essentially moved above the handle, which has invalidated it. So we can shut that down now, thankfully, hopefully for the time being. So let's just get rid of that as well. Let's have a look. So this is Bitcoin 1 day, and we've been talking about kind of, the ideal reversal pattern we want to see. And obviously an inverse head and shoulders would be ideal, allowing us to have this higher low. And we said yesterday in the live stream that what we want, there's two things we wanted to see in order for more buyers to start entering the market. One was a higher high above this range, which we've now got, and the other was a lower high, excuse me, a higher low. If we retrace from here, so we've had the higher high, we obviously now need to put a higher low in, which seems a lot an easier proposition the other side of this weekend, the weekend gone, because when we're sitting here, of course, we could just roll over and put in a lower low, but now we've put in a higher high. That's going to bring more buyers into the market, and that almost guaranteed we're going to get that higher low now, which is fantastic. We can have this nice reversal pattern, but obviously Bitcoin could just continue up from here. But the reason why I don't necessarily want that to happen is we really in certain markets, we really want to have a solid footing, a solid foundation of support. So even though Bitcoin could just carry on up here and find its way like this, sure, that's fine. But what I would like to see, and the altcoin market would like to see, is maybe something like this, right, to trade off. And that just, it gives us a solid foundation. And I think you'll find then Bitcoin dominance will cool off a little bit, because right now, altcoins are being left in the dust, and we've preceded the swing high from the start of the year. So yeah, we're not in good shape in terms of the rest of the altcoin market. But what will get this to cool off? Essentially, Bitcoin giving us a solid foundation and getting rid of any kind of uncertainty would help. And obviously, you know, we were worried a couple of weeks ago about the potential loss of this parabola, but base 3 has been recovered, which is fantastic. Obviously, lots of work to do for Bitcoin, but just this, I mean, there's this growing perspective, and we've always talked about, like, Bitcoin loves to wick everyone out and scare people. And when you've got this ambiguous kind of quite significant range, you know, you could expect sometimes to have a wick to come down to just get some of that liquidity. For example, if you imagine this zone didn't exist, and the price action was coming down and sitting firmly on the top of this, then maybe it would have just certain and continued on its way. Or maybe, you know, the loss of that level would have been more significant. So, you know, we're looking good on the parabola finally as well. And again, we've got this correlation between the M2 global money supply and Bitcoin, which seems to be playing out. You know, it's a couple of months, 90 days, arguably a bit of a delay, but you can see the correlation. This correlation hasn't been in place for too long. As you can see, if you scroll back to last year, it's all over the place. But seeing as the beginning of this year, they've really synced up, which is quite interesting to take into account. But again, talking about long trades, short trades with Bitcoin, we're cooking on the 1 hour on the RSI, we're cooking on the 4 hour, we're now cooking on the 12 hour. We said yesterday that there's a bit of room to go on the 12 hour, and look, Bitcoin's utilized that space. The weekly is not particularly relevant at the moment, but we're above the median line, which is obviously quite bullish if we can capture it. So expect to pull back, I think, maybe over the next couple of days. And just on the bottom here, we've got economic policy uncertainty strategy index now, and a bare naked monthly Bitcoin chart on the top. Now, this is the context which we should be taking into consideration, of course. When we look at charts like this and we're looking at what Bitcoin is doing, and like, yay, we're going to the moon, exciting times, one day's been taken, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's all fine. But there are a couple of warning signs. So I'll return to that chart in a second, but let me just try and find this chart. So here you go. So talking about this tussle with the 200 MA, which we were all just talking about a second ago. We've looked at this chart. This is a bit of a pattern from 23, 24, and now 25. And there's pretty decent correlation, historical correlation, to understand how Bitcoin likes to tease and play with the 200 MA, so to speak. So we are at this point now. And historically, we've had a little bit of a break above the 1 day, and then we've had a retrace, which is kind of what we said we wanted to see anyway for a solid foundation. And then a couple of weeks later, we've made it through and we've progressed higher. Now, that would align with the monthly candle close for Bitcoin at the end of the month. So, you know, I would expect a little bit of a retrace here, given the uncertainty. And then going back to that comment on uncertainty, if I can find the chart again, speaking about being disorganized. This economic policy uncertainty strategy is serious data points behind it. You know, newspaper articles, magazine articles, everything, all kinds of research papers and government policies. It gets its data points from. So essentially, we haven't been this uncertain economically since the pandemic crash of April 2020. So this keep this in perspective, right? This might be the peak, which is great, and then we can head lower. But this uncertainty is not good for the market. Now, Bitcoin is its own thing, but you can see when we look at the rest of the altcoin market and how struggling they are. We look at total 2, and you can see we're right on the floor trying to find our feet. This is the game here. So Bitcoin might be okay. We want the rest of the altcoin market to call off. And again, see Bitcoin dominance breaking through all-time recent local highs, and no sign of seeing anything like this just yet, which is what we want to see for the altcoins. But yeah, that's essentially where we are. I mean, I'll take a break and then jump into the altcoins a bit later. But what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I'm just surprised. Like, so are you in the altcoin market? Were there no breakouts on the altcoin, like on any of the smaller ones, or not?
Yeah, so I'll jump into. I want to jump into GMX in a little bit to get your insight, your guys' insights into this. So GMX is an example of one which is moving quite well. But what we have, but remember, we just clean this chart up a little bit. We're still in a downtrend, right? Now, this is probably the most bullish kind of altcoin sentiment. Yeah, I've got. So a lot of other altcoins aren't really moving at the moment, right? So this is probably one of the more bullish ones. And you know, this you know, what it's just been up, down, reset, okay? And obviously this is long-term support. So when you get altcoins coming to long-term support, there is going to be slightly more buying action. But if you look at kind of these moves, right, off support back in February, right, this is, you know, these are quite diminutive by comparison. And this is a long trade I'm looking to get into, of course, but the rest of the altcoin market is in a solid downtrend. It's not responding to what Bitcoin's doing. And you know, this ultimately is the problem, right? This is the problem. We've got Bitcoin doing its own thing because it's seen as a good store of value, and it's one of the few assets which I think has a chance of being quite strong despite the economic issues. But the rest of the altcoin market, no way, because they're risk assets, and you know, we're going to see some, you know, they'll start to move if Bitcoin, you know, finds its footing on this upper range, but we haven't seen that yet. And again, it's a difficult proposition for these tokens because they don't know what to do, because they're just like, what's happening? When's the next negative news going to be? So, and none of these things are a store of value. None of these things are on the list of, you know, investment funds of things to put their money in. Bitcoin is. So that's kind of the issue. That's kind of the conversation at the moment with regard to altcoins, I think, Jannie.
Right. Okay. Yeah. You see, the thing about the altcoin market is that a lot of those coins, I don't know, or I don't know as much as you do about the altcoin market, but some of them say that a lot of these altcoins only have like one cycle and then they go bust. They go just completely off the radar. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look, there's multiple ways to. I mean, look, this is total 3 BTC, just for clarification. You look at this indices action, right? It's not looking, that's just my dog, I'm sorry. She's a bit frustrated with the altcoin market too. So she's in Doge. Anyway, so, the price action is obviously looking weak, right? I mean, not the indices, right? So until we see something, you know, we need to see something like this, right? And this is very worrisome. In this respect, but yeah, you're right. So there's a whole ecosystem of trading. Now, I operate in the ecosystem of coins or tokens which have grown big enough to make it to centralized exchanges, right? So you know, you've got historical price action, that's fine, but then there is obviously thousands of tokens every other month which arrive and disappear just as quickly. And some of them, you know, they'll appear in liquidity pools and all this kind of stuff, and you know, in that kind of trading arena and on decentralized exchanges. And you know, you'll get people just waiting for these coin launches to try and look at where the whale movements are, you know, where the 2 or 3 small players with big money are looking to capitalize off these complete waste of space tokens. And then they'll look at where the whales are, look at what the whales are looking at, and then they'll try to capitalize on those huge swings when a token is launched. Because if you scroll back to you know, when tokens are launched, this is not a good example. Let's see if I can find a better example. If we scroll back to when a token is launched, I'm not sure. Here you go. So this is an example. You get these extreme price ranges, right? This is VR, right? And
that looks like a pump and dump.
Yeah, but this is essentially what a coin token launch looks like, right? there is all of this, and there are players which, of course, have systems in place to try and capitalize on this. They don't care whether this is going to be around in 2 days' time or not. They don't care, right? But you'll see all the, and so there's a whole strategy to capitalize on that. Now, I don't do that. I don't do that. It's not my thing. But there's people who are very strong and very good at doing things like that. So yeah, this is the, so the middle ground for me is the benefit of the crypto space is, of course, all these thousands of different assets you can look into, most of which are very dangerous and fraudulent for sure. But when just the reason, obviously, you look at Prime X and you look at, we offer 100 plus, right? And now in the grand scale of things, 100 plus is not, the entire cryptocurrency market. It's just a drop in the ocean, but it's the 100 plus ones which have made it, this far and are still breathing, right, still alive, got previous price action. And that's what I choose to trade and then use that spread, those significant number of assets to improve the probabilities in my favor, but not to the point where I'm delving into, decentralized exchanges, more from a security point of view, because there's a lot of problems in the space. But just I've never been taught, and I've never been comfortable being the finger crossed mentality where you're just jumping into a new token and just hoping for the best. And even though you could make life-changing money overnight if you play your cards right, you could lose everything. And it just doesn't work for me, but it does for some other people, smarter people perhaps. So yeah.
We're in the same boat, it sounds like, Paul. I don't know why it doesn't work for me, but we're in the same boat.
It's just what I say to like anyone I'm talking, any student traders, and like the idea is that you become a better trader than me, right? Right. That's what we want. You have a different sensibility, and if I can have students which surpass, what I'm doing, which is very possible, then that's fantastic, and that's the aim. So, in the same guys, you can help me with this trade. So, this is GMX, previous top altcoin pick at Prime, and it's one which is looking better in terms of a long. Now, the trade I put on was to buy the support here. Okay, now I'm just going to zoom out so you can just get a bit of perspective on where we've been, where we are, and where we've been. So, this is the floor, right? This area is the floor where we are. And you can see this is why we've had quite a strong move. Now, for me, the biggest negotiation, most challenging negotiation in the crypto market is knowing when the weather is going to shift. Now, we know what Bitcoin's doing, and we can look at this asset and we can see it's not really responding very much to Bitcoin, right? Bearing in mind, this thing started to sell off from its run up way before Bitcoin started putting in bullish moves. This was the 17th, right? So this is following its own clock. Okay, so and it's important to recognize when an asset is not pegged necessarily to Bitcoin's movements. Now that can be a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a good thing in this instance, but we're trying to catch a retest of this area right now. I originally put an order on the trading platform for this level, but I've just lowered it. I've just lowered it slightly because I feel that because Bitcoin's come up so high and we're not getting any follow through from this particular token with Bitcoin's movements, any downwards movement from Bitcoin right now is probably going to have a little bit more legs than just from here to here. So I've moved my order down just to this median area, which is a nice little golden pocket between the 0.5 and 618 to try and scoop up that. And also, this pattern is not particularly relevant to what I'm doing. I do have concerns.
Thanks for confusing us, Paul. But
what I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to buy the breakout of this pattern, but sometimes I'll draw triangles to try and figure out where kind of the confluence for a reversal might be. Now, most of these patterns will break before they reach the tip, essentially, right? But sometimes I use that as simply just as a price action arrow to kind of guide me where we might catch a wick. So I've moved my buy entry here because of my perspective on Bitcoin. We're not getting bullish follow through. We might obviously, if Bitcoin comes down, this is going to come down. So with Bitcoin dominance is selling the same thing. And I think this distance between the moving average and the entrance is fine in order for it not to be invalidated, because this is a lot of buyers here. So I'm hoping to just catch a wick into this area, maybe at the end of the week, and then get a bit.
So where would you say this trade is completely invalidated? At what point?
Here. Yeah, I mean, you could say the 618 is a pretty good line in the sand, right? So you could say depends on your tolerance, but 618 is a good line in the sand. But this is quite a significant range. This is clearly the bearish issue, and then once we recovered from this point, this is where we have momentum shifting. So this is why my stop loss is just below that. So that's the premise of the trade.
I agree. What's the risk to reward on that? Just curious.
Not quite what I usually look for, but it's just below 325.
That's nice to me. But no, I think that stop is damn near in the perfect spot, right below that last swing to the left.
Yeah, you see.
So I mean, I also looked at like the 12-hour, and I'm looking at the RSI, and I'm looking at the daily. And I'm just trying to see, when you get confluent, this is it. This is the daily. So the daily stock is what's made me kind of think again. Because obviously, if we're going to get a reversal from this point, I really want the stock to be down here, right? So just doing a bit of multi-time frame analysis, seeing where the daily chart specifically is with the stock of the RSI can be quite helpful. So again, that's just making me feel like this is what we're going to see. Just trying to get the probabilities, and we've launched off this area too. The irony is, I would be a little bit more bullish at this level here, the 0.5 fib. I'd be a little bit more bullish at my original proposed entrance if Bitcoin hadn't been so bullish now, because the higher Bitcoin goes, the more it can pull the market down, right? So
yeah, you see the only thing with that the lower level of yours is like you almost kind of invalidate, or you've moved now. Which time frame are you on just now?
Daily. Let's go back to the daily.
Yeah. So if you look at that really strong bullish day with a very long lower wick as well, that one. You see, if you like, to me, that is really where you don't really want that candle to break down, if that makes any sense. You don't really want that candle to. So honestly, I think that support level where you just bounced off is probably the best area.
Yeah, that was my initial. That was my initial, and it's definitely, I mean, keep saying it's probably definitely that's the most ridiculous thing.
It's probably definitely the case.
Honestly,
like
when I'm recording like these, when I'm doing all these coverage videos, you notice that you say certain things over and over again, and it's so embarrassing because when you're editing it, you catch yourself. Like I say certain things 30 times in a 5-minute video. It's so ridiculous, and I'm a teacher. I should know better. So yeah, I agree. It's a bit of a negotiation, but because we are in the altcoin market is really struggling because of that context. I'm more happy to get to come in a bit lower and maybe miss the move, as opposed to come in hot here and wick.
What about scaling in? Would you consider that maybe, because exactly where the trade is going to be invalidated? So if you scale in as the trade goes against you, up to obviously you need to control your risk. You need to know exactly how much you're going to lose on all of that. It's part of your plan. I think we spoke about this before. So is that something that you would make part of your playbook for this particular trade?
I mean, this sort of range is ripe for scaling for sure. Okay. But in this instance, I felt, I don't know, you've got these instinctive vibes about things, right? I think because of its bullish move, I feel like it's more likely to, as you said, right, to just come up and then bump, right? That's kind of what I feel. And I'm just trying to, so I wasn't keen. I didn't feel like it was going to benefit too much, because if you look at previous price action, right, you get this kind of hobbled like up and down and then badoing, right, all the time. You see it here, and then badoing, right? So I'm hoping kind of like, I know my sound effects are top class.
We understood.
Make a video about that. Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
What's the name of that famous US trader who's got all these buttons, which he keeps pressing? What's his name? I can't remember.
No.
Don't listen to him.
Never.
Anyway, so just this is the price action. It likes to do this. It's not. If I saw a price action which really likes, the W's, then I might be scaling in. But this price action is very much down, find the floor, come back up. Right, let's go.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the way I was approaching it. But yeah, you're right. Typically, scaling in here would be my playbook, but not today.
No, but I still think, like, based on that daily candle, I mean, first of all, it is pretty difficult. Like when you just here's a chart, what do you think? because I like to stay. I like to like follow and get in sync with the chart, and it takes kind of you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, we're not doing this for our benefit, though, are we?
No. But if you, but definitely based on the daily time frame, that's a really strong bullish candle because mainly because of that lower wick, because it looks like it's going to fail, then it doesn't. That's a very strong turning point, right?
Yeah, no,
So,
I do agree. I do agree. I think there's just a couple of things, which my logical mind is catching up with. My instincts have figured out. So there's obviously, this is a bit of a low liquidity node here, right? This because of this candle. It's a little bit of a low liquidity. Now, when you node, so, you know, it's a transitory space, right? So if this is support, this is support, this is a transitory space, right? Because there's not much price action there, okay? You see it just goes straight through, bounces straight off, and comes straight out. So the idea is that I feel like because of this transitory space, if we arrive at this point and Bitcoin is coming down, there's going to be a little bit of pressure, and because we've got this kind of no man's land. I've said it, damn it, and there's no man's land here. Then that's why I figured a wick might be okay to come back down, and then we not necessarily. I'll be worried about this moving average invalidating things, but it's obviously a bit of a weird space. So that's the idea behind it. You know, I feel like there's just this space of air below where I'm looking to buy in, and I just prefer to come in here. So. But we'll see. But it's mainly Bitcoin, which is making me think.
It's so funny how biases go, right? Because at the end of the day, I honestly believe both of those are great. Like what you're saying, Jannie, and what you're saying, Paul, both of those are at the exact size of where you probably want to do it. It's like 51-49 type of close.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, so this is the next two options for Bitcoin, right? It's up here, down here, right? Mm-hmm. We're seeing that GMX is not really moving with Bitcoin's move, right? So this may be sufficient, you know, to not force a breakout from GMX and then just bring it down to where I originally thought maybe. So that's one premise. And if I see that, I might rise it up again, right? I might put my entry a higher level. But then I think this is more likely, this scenario, just based on what we're seeing, and then that might bring us to where we want to be. Because if we're in this range, there's still a little bit of uncertainty. Whereas we come up here, it's more bullish, and then GMX may not arrive at this space, right? It may just come back down here and then launch from there. But so the idea for this trade is if I see, oh my God, so if I see Bitcoin break above, I'll probably move my entry position up, as Jannie suggested, to the original place, which is a little bit higher. If it continues down here a little bit, then
if-then scenario, constantly making an if-then scenario. This is perfect.
Yeah.
So sorry, Paul. Look, the pullback on Bitcoin. The level I have here for Bitcoin for a pullback is 87,900 and 88,700. Between those two, that's the zone ideally where it needs to hold, because it just broke through, obviously. So ideally you want that breakout level to hold. Is that the level, or are you looking at something much lower than that?
What's the weather going to be tomorrow?
Look, the thing is, right, when we look at this area, so we've obviously broken one day, right? Retesting the 1 day would be the most bullish scenario and continuing up from there, right? Okay, I think we're all in agreement on that, right? So this is the most bullish scenario, okay? Now, if that happens, my trade on GMX, we probably won't have the entrance I want, right? So, and it might just go off, so that's fine. But there obviously, you know, we have this area which we've kind of just moved quite quickly through, and and based on the fact that we looked at the 1 day tussle, you know, with previous price action, and previously when we've seen it break above the 1 day, there is an expectation that it will come back down, maybe to around here, a little bit lower than you were suggesting, maybe to around 87, 86, and then bounce up from there based on historical precedent. Now, again, that's not something we should be trading off, but it's just something I've got in the back of my mind. And this is a strong move. And given the economic situation, I think potentially coming, because look, here's the point of control. And I'm thinking just coming back down to this area might be more on the cards. But again, it's like if and then kind of scenarios. But my trade is based on Bitcoin coming down a bit lower.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Andre, nice to see you, man. You say Paul wants to become a billionaire this year with Bitcoin.
So what was that?
Paul wants to become a billionaire this year. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to say I don't want to become a billionaire because that would be stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, okay, a question on the pound US dollar. Is a pullback to 1.32 possible to go up? Well, let's have a look. I think you just may have just joined. So let's just quickly go through that again.
Yeah, I got many more setups, so I can fill any time at the end. So let's talk about the pound. Yeah.
Sweet. 1.32.
Sweet Caroline. Let's have a look.
I mean, Andre, are you suggesting that Bitcoin's going to $1 billion? Is that what you're suggesting, Andre? I'm not sure how much money is in the world.
Listen, Andre, to answer your question, where we are right now, I don't think you need to kind of guess whether it's going to go to 1.32, but that's definitely 1.32 is a little bit too low. Maybe 1.33 or this 1.329 level, because that's a very strong support level. And then you just want to look at price action and make sure you get that turn on multiple time frames that it is going back up. That's the first scenario. The second one is it's going to break the weekly low. The weekly high. And then if it does that, you don't trade the breakout. You just would rather wait for a pullback. That's just what we always do, or what I always do. But where we are right now, I think it's a bit tricky. And if you look at smaller time frames, you'll see that we are getting this a double top on the 15-minute time frame with a weekly resistance just above it. So we did get a confirmation on the 15-minute. We got a close below the neckline, but we didn't get price following through on the low before we got the close, if that makes sense. And on the half an hour, there's also this double top forming, and the same on the 1 hour time frame. Okay, so we got that double top there. But on the 4 hour, it looks more like it kind of just found support, and before the way back up. So it's a bit of a tricky place, but be careful with longs right now. And if you want to wait for a level, I think the 1.329 level. If it does go lower, then that's really the level you want to wait for. Or again, if it breaks out, then don't trade the breakout, because I'll just show you again on the weekly time frame. It's we've had a really, really long extension to the upside, and it may struggle here, but you could find yourself in a bit of a rangy kind of market, and if you're going to try to trade that, you can potentially get just chopped up. So rather wait for key levels. It just makes sense to trade off those key levels. Hope that answers your question.
And Misty asks, how do you suggest I improve my mindset? I think that's definitely a Michael question.
Yeah. Yes. Come on, Michael. Tell us. How do you improve your mindset?
For sure. So for me, obviously, it sounds so cliche to say, right? But you always got to remember that, like, the only reason that that's really an issue is because you're fighting a battle that is warranted, right? Our brains are millions and millions of years old, and all it knows is survive. You're in that fight or flight, survivor mode type of thing, right? So all the previous skills that you've ever had and your previous successes in sports, life, business, jobs, whatever that may be, everybody thinks you can use those same skills and come over here and work out. And that, unfortunately, is just not the case, because you're actually entering an environment where you don't need those same skills, right? You kind of just want to get down to the fact of you got to really look at why you're doing these things, right? And one for one would obviously be just looking at a lot of videos. I'll be totally honest, like showing up here every day, listening to these sessions with us, whatever session you can catch, and just in general, like, just getting on YouTube and just listening to some mindset videos. I myself, to be totally honest, guys, to this day, when I'm ready to go to sleep, I get my water and I put me a nice playlist on of going to sleep. And I'm listening to mindset stuff. I'm listening to other trader stories. I'm listening to anything I can. I'm going to sleep. When I say I eat, breathe, poop, this whole thing, I literally mean that. Like, seriously. So definitely
Don't,
want to.
Michael, honestly, can you just be honest? You put this live stream on replay and you listen to yourself. That's what you do.
That's true. That's true. How can we improve?
Okay, see
No,
this,
but seriously, another good one though is and obviously once again it's pretty much well known, but the Mark Douglas Trading in the Zone, right?
yes.
Like there's a lot of that's #1 book that I say every trader wants to listen to. If you have, and most traders, professional traders, listen to it several times before, right? Like we know all the scenes, all the parts to it, and yeah, you really just want to drown your mind in just thinking differently, right? Because you know how you see those, I'll say, you know how you watch those pictures and it's like it's an old woman and a young woman in the same picture, and you show somebody like, hey, what does this look like to you? And they say, oh, I see a young woman. And they're like, well, that's funny. I see an old woman. And they're like, there's no way it's an old woman in here. But you have to actually point it out to them. Like, look, this is her nose. This is her eye right here. This is her mouth. Like, oh, I see it now. You got to retrain your brain and just to look at things from a different vantage point, right?
Yeah, and then you can get into an argument about what's a rabbit and what's a duck, you know?
Yeah, you know, then you can have those conversations.
Yeah, that's really important. That Mark Douglas is, I mean, I've watched his seminars,
YouTube series,
seminars that's on YouTube. It is really, really important that you understand. I think we went through. I'm not sure if any one of you were in the session with me when we spoke about you have to be realistic and you need to understand your statistics. So how many losses can you expect in a row? Like knowing your success rate, how many losses can you expect in a row? Because say for example, and Mark Douglas uses this example as well. If you have a coin and you flip it 1,000 times, it will roughly come to 50% heads and 50% tails. But if you had to look into like the sequences, like how many times does it land on head in a row, and the same with the loser, or tails in a row. That is the details you really need to understand. Okay, because
100%.
Yeah, so this is like
you don't know when it's going to show up like that, right? If someone gives you a trading strategy and it's 70%, right, and you're going to take 100 trades, realistically, you're going to lose 30 trades out of the 70. But you can't lose 15, 20 in a row and say, this doesn't work. It does work.
Yeah, you can. So if you place 100 trades and you lose 30, you don't know the sequence of those losing trades. You could get them in a row. Exactly. Statistically, the probability is very low, but you don't know the sequence of the outcome of your trades.
Yeah.
So it is a pretty difficult thing to get right, is your mindset. It is quite hard. But another thing that I have found also is people, especially with like trading psychology, it's in some cases it's also a scapegoat for other problems like lack of clarity. You don't really fully understand what you're supposed to be doing, right? You don't really understand what the setup looks like. Should I be going long or short now? And you don't have a way to stack the probabilities, or you don't really understand your strategy. And then so that indecision or lack of clarity can also lead to poor decision making, right? And then you go, my psychology. Well, first, are you really clear on exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and what does your entry look like, and very clear on those things. And then another thing that I also found was your position sizing. So if you trade too big, and how do you know you trade too big? You're nervous. You're nervous when you're in a trade. You trade too big, right? You just trade too big. So you need to position size. All of them. But seriously, position sizing is a big one. Yeah, so if you're into a trade and your heart starts to beat like you're being chased by a lion, right? You're trading way too big, and it's really difficult to make good quality decisions because you're stressed. So I'm not a doctor or anything, but I know this part. Like when you're stressed, the blood flows away from your frontal cortex, which is your decision-making area, into the fight or flight area. And then you're going to do all sorts of stupid things.
You're literally like not even being funny so you're touching on the very good right now, right? Like when you're doing that, to say the words you're not thinking clearly, it's an understatement, right?
Yeah.
If you're in fight or flight mode and everything has left, your capable decision-making skills have left. And the craziest part is it's so insidious that you don't even realize it. You don't even realize until after you close the trade. And then after you ask, why the hell did I do that? You weren't thinking clearly.
It's impossible to make decisions in that state, right? Rational decisions in that state. And then once you calm down, you walk away and you come back and you go, why the hell did I do that? Well, you were in a stress state, trading too big, all of that kind of stuff. So there's a number of things. But Mark Douglas is definitely...
Just to wrap it up, like you said, Jannie, you're totally right. And I always appreciate, right, like such professional opinions, and that actually makes sense, right? Because this is a scenario where it's so much going on here that you kind of really can't pinpoint what's wrong too good, right? Like you might not have edge, and you think you have edge, but you like, well, I won some trades. That doesn't mean you have edge. Like, can you clearly identify your setup, right? Let's say you move past that. Now we're talking about risk management. Can you properly risk 1, 2, 3% on, can you do that math formula, right? Once you get past all of those things, then you can talk about, all right, you have edge, you risk manage, your risk is on the right way, you're not over trading, whatever, right? Now we can get to the psychology part of it. All right, now this is in here at this point. But before that, there's a lot that goes on. Risk management, like you just said, and do you have edge? Because a lot of people think that, they have edge and they actually don't. Or like you said, they use the psychology as a scapegoat. And it's like, no, dude, that's not your problem. Your problem is you don't have an edge.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Misty Rose, that was a bit of a long
super
answer.
Long with an answer, but yeah.
But hopefully you could find something useful in there. Yeah. So anyway, Andre, so that was the pound.
Really quick too. I want to say, because he asked about back to 132. I think Jannie's right with that too. That's a little much. I'll share my screen really. Oh, you already sharing yours.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can take over there.
Okay, because I just want to point out where I drew earlier, and where that price actually is, and relative to where he's looking at, right? So it's not too far off, to be honest. This yellow line is 32, exactly on, right? I think that's a bit far. You probably will be looking at something a little bit higher, right? Maybe somewhere around here. Yeah, somewhere around here. I think this is a logical number, not 32, but 32.50. So add 50 pips to that, and I think that'll be probably that spot you're looking for. That was it.
All right, Paul. I think you mentioned you wanted to show us some more shiny coins. What can I buy today?
What did you call?
There's some shiny coins. You can show us some shiny coins. Wow. I want to buy something today.
Okay. Let's see what we can. Well, I know the best buying opportunity by far. Let's see if I can find it. Just looking at it. Where is it? The best buying opportunity. It's this.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. What like size drop is that?
So that was about 90%. Still haven't got to the bottom of what happened with on. Yeah,
90%. Wow.
I mean, in my defense, it was a short setup.
Did you short that?
No, but it's untradeable, because if you zoom in.
Not now, but I mean, I was just wondering if you got that drop.
The whole thing was completely untradeable, because the strategy which was promoted to short the breakdown of this line required, of course, a retest. And I'm sorry, it's struggling to, and you can see it just, that was the retest. It was like, help, and then it just fell down. We didn't get any, and there's nothing, I mean, you could have obviously just market ordered that thing and just, rode it down, but I mean, that's insane. But you know, buying opportunity. If you genuinely want to talk about this one, obviously, when you're looking at trades like this, right, you need to stay way away from them for a little bit of time and figure out where the support's here, and we have a bearish pattern at the moment. If you zoom into the 4 hour,
you think?
I'm not sure it's the ambiguity this one.
Oh,
we
man.
haven't quite entered oversold yet. It looks like we're probably going to have a breakdown, but this wick here is obviously, you know, creating a local low. So if there is any trade here, you could arguably wait for a break of this range and then just aggressively buy support and then just get out there. That would be the trade. But yeah, I'm obviously just semi-joking about that. We need more price action. But yeah, that's definitely a long opportunity. So yeah, we've got MKR, a more serious trade, which is in this symmetrical
man, that's something that's gonna
still
pop.
Exactly, but it still doesn't know which way it wants to go. I mean, look, it's almost precisely 50-50 either way, right? So you definitely need to wait for a confirmation, which means if it goes,
you almost got like Paul, you almost get like a little resistance area right within that triangle we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bearish bias because we're entering it from the up, and we're obviously typically have been below the 200 on the daily. But either way, because it's been, the price action has been holding its own with what Bitcoin is doing, it's really waited till the end of it's very unusual to see a pattern like this fulfill right to the end. So we need to wait and see what happens. But
definitely,
what I mean is that this is not the trade to buy the candle body close, right? You need to wait. You need the second way to buy the breakout, which is to wait for the confirmed direction and then look for a decent entry either way. So it's definitely a waiting game with this. But right now we're getting, you know, it could go either way. But bearish bias for sure. This is JOP. There'll be more on this tomorrow in Top Altcoin Picks video on Holoprime X YouTube channel. This is broken out of this ascending triangle, which is bullish. You've obviously got a very straightforward buy the breakout entry here, but this 200 moving average on the 4 hour, though not too significant, you can see is obviously acting as resistance. So this, if we know Bitcoin, if we think Bitcoin, if you feel Bitcoin is going to come down, and this would be a better place potentially to enter. And then the moving average will have time to maybe come back down to this level. So the idea would be you come back down, buy the inside of this pattern, and then when the price action comes back up to break out, you've got confluence with the moving average, which will hopefully then give the buyers the ability to take control, and then you would buy the retest. That's how I'm approaching this trade. But obviously some of you would be quite happy to buy the retest when it comes back down if Bitcoin remains bullish. But just remember where Bitcoin is, right? It's at resistance right now, as is this. So if Bitcoin does anything
which resistance are you referring to?
So I am referring to, oh my God, where are the charts? This is silly. Here we go.
Yeah.
Not that it. That's not it. I think I shut it down. I shut that chart down.
That's all right.
Here it is. This is resistance. Okay. Yeah. So this is resistance. Now, obviously, it's we've got ambiguity because we've broken above the moving average. But until we above hit, you know, we've got to presume it's going to come back down. So that's the resistance I meant.
Okay.
So yeah, you know, because obviously when we're trading these assets, we've got to juggle them with what Bitcoin's doing, and we have to factor in what Bitcoin's moves are going to be. So if Bitcoin, you know, barrels through resistance right now, then this line is a great place to enter because we might have some upside confirmation with the 200 MA. By the time it sweeps back down for the retest, you have that nice confluence. So there's a couple of options. But if Bitcoin remains in the range which it is now, which means it's got some potential movement to come down, even just to retest the 200 MA, then you might be looking to enter here. So again, it's all contextual, but you know, we've got a bullish confirmation here from Jupe. Cookie is again another.
I want to buy some cookies.
Yeah, who sits down and think we're going to launch a cryptocurrency token? Oh, I really need some milk and a cookie.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not a great name because the cookie will crumble kind of thing. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's no cookie which lasts 1,000 years, you know. So,
And that's the way the cookie crumbled.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think probably the only reason why I hang around with this one so I can use those lines if it happens. You got to sell it, baby. So this is the ascending triangle. We've seen a few of them. You'll see a lot of these, patterns. This one is a better position when we look at dupe, right? So obviously we've had a breakout from dupe now, but we've run into the 200 MA on the 4 hour. Now the 200 MA here is actually below the price action, right? So a breakout here would allow for a stronger foundation on the retest, right? And this is what we're looking for, right? How is this trade going to work out if Bitcoin does this, and this? How is this trade going to work out with where this moving average is? So this is my preferred trade over JUP, but however, we've had this breakout just in the last couple of hours, so there is a different context. We've had additional bullish signal from JUP. We haven't had a breakout from Cookie, but the TA is aligning a little bit better for a hard buy following a breakout. So there's a couple of setups to look at there. And finally, this one is quite ambiguous. This is CFX. This is definitely a wait and see the next couple of weeks sort of trade, because this is pretty heavy downtrend. Okay, we've lost some. Let's just zoom out. Let's just show everybody what is happening. So we're not at the floor yet, but when this kind of area is not at the bottom, it's not at the top. So be very cautious. And the idea with this trade is, we've highlighted a couple of scenarios. So there's a support line here, which would be the first premise to essentially wait for the price action to come back down to this area here, which is just below the price action. And if Bitcoin, however, can't maintain its bullish posture, then you'd be looking for a more aggressive buy at this lower support level, which of course the price action has bounced off quite significantly before. So this is definitely not a trade for now. It's a trade to put in your back pocket. This bullish confirmation is nothing. There's no volume, so ignore this line really. But we are approaching support. So there's a potential trade here. If Bitcoin breaks out to the next level, you could then, if you see that, then you could just buy support here, right, with this triple bottom maybe of some kind of finish the W, I don't know, whatever, right? But if Bitcoin does come back down now, then you want to be waiting to come in at support where more buyers will. So this is, again, CFX, not for now. It's for a couple of weeks' time for a long setup for an altcoin which is approaching support. Okay, and this is how you do it. This is how I work, at least. I have an array of different altcoins always on the go, and I will look at what the market is. I'll look at what I think Bitcoin's going to do next and the money flow, and then I'll cherry pick a couple of the setups which suits what the weather is. So this is obviously Bitcoin needs to pull back for this setup to play out. Others are more immediate, and that's kind of how we are. But yeah, a few setups just to keep your eye on. XRP is still arguably a short trade, but not until we lose this. So again, take XRP, put it in your back pocket. If Bitcoin turns bearish and you're looking for an altcoin which is a shorting opportunity, you've got XRP in your back pocket, you can bring it out. And then if you see it, you want a long opportunity, then you've got CFX to pull out for a couple of weeks' time. But that's essentially
what does XRP look like on the monthly time frame, Paul? Sorry, if you don't mind.
Let's have a look. Monthly, it's going to look a little good.
Yeah. Can you go back a little bit? Or how far can you go? Is that like right from the beginning? Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
right?
this is Coinbase, so it won't be from the beginning. Let me load up an indices of it. XRP. What do we want? What do I want to see? No.
XRP.
No.
What do you want to see? XRP. Hey, Robert. Nice to see you, man.
Hey, Robert. Good to see you. Let's just try this one. Here we go. There we go. A bit more. We've got a bit more history.
That. So that's the monthly. And that last peak there before you can see there's like a peak right in the middle of that chart. This is the peak right to the left and the one in the middle. So that high there. So if you just draw a horizontal line there.
This one?
Yeah, at the high of that candle. Yeah. Okay. So we looks like, okay, so now this is my top-down analysis. Okay. We all trade slightly differently, people. And the idea is for you to take whatever works for you or makes sense for you. So if I see that, then I would definitely identify that as a potential support level. And obviously you want to see more. So what does the weekly time frame look like? See, that's really nice. Don't you think? Look at last week's candle. What do you make of that candle? That's definitely bullish, don't you think? Not enough for you?
I honestly don't know what to make of this chart.
I did not expect that.
So once upon a time, there was a man. What happened in the story? I don't know. You gotta tell me the rest of the story.
Look, we have all, you know, Jannie, you say this all the time. You're like, you don't know. And I'm looking at this, and it is, look, I have an interesting relationship with XRP. And XRP has an interesting relationship as a crypto, right? And this price action illustrates that, I think. It's quite crazy, right? It really is. Extended periods of being on the floor, right? Extended periods of really struggling, and now a lot of interest. So that's what I mean by I don't know. Obviously, I'm not disputing this is support. So continue, please. Let's get to the bottom of it.
You got to break past the next one, right? So that if you look over.
So I would like, based on that, I would be bullish. But based on the monthly and the weekly, I would definitely be looking for long opportunities. So you can go back to the daily. I would definitely be long. My bias would be long. And then this is the daily time frame, right? So if you zoom, can you zoom in a little bit, please? I can't. You've zoomed out so far. I can't see anything. So, okay, I'm zooming in my side as well. Okay, so that resistance area there, you see like it pierced through there, and it made that little, if you look at the last few candles, today's obviously a bullish candle, but you had that a bunch of dojis, and then you got that resistance level just above that. There's a little wick. So that would be a bit higher up, a little bit higher.
Yeah, I'm calling it a range.
Like if you go higher up, just the wick of that candle before. Yes, the higher. No, you're on the wrong spot. Yeah. No, go to the right hand side. Can you see my cursor?
No, I can't.
I always say they need to add that annotation.
Okay. Hang on, I'll tell you now. Okay, exclude the candle that's busy forming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Why don't you just give me the price point?
9. I can't see the price point. 9 candles from the right. 9 candles from the right.
9 from the right. 1, 2.
Yeah, excluding the one that's busy forming. Oh, by the way, Andre, if you want to short the pound US dollar, now's a pretty good
6,
time.
7, 8, 9. Right, gotcha.
That high.
Yeah.
That is the resistance I would be interested in.
Yeah.
Yeah. It stands for the monthly, the weekly turned around. The daily looks pretty good. And this is the what? Oh, we are on the daily. So that's definitely the level I'd be watching. And then how price behaves at that point. Okay. So if it break out, retest, keep it simple, or however you trade. But that is how I do the top-down analysis. It's not very difficult to understand. Yeah.
Obviously, you know, this is the range we're in. This is support. We're close to support. This is kind of the range where we want to break out of. This is. I mean, I think you're right. That's the good call. We've obviously had this. You know, we can't ignore the trend and what we're seeing. But if we do get a breakout here, that's the trade for sure, right? We're coming out of the support range. That's the way to do it. I won't want to enter maybe here because of this, but yeah. I just find XRP. It is a bit of a strange one. It's a strange one in many levels, because right now the narrative about XRP is very much it's a one which people are looking to buy, right? Michael, we were talking about this before as well, but fundamentally it has market cap limitations fundamentally in terms of how it can grow. And obviously any crypto asset can do whatever it wants to do, but I've always struggled to wrestle in my mind the limitations with its clear use case, right? And how to negotiate those two things. And I think the rest of the market feels the same way, because this represents kind of that sentiment. Like, we're just not sure about XRP. It has its moments, it has its, you know, its run up, it has its use cases. I've used applications which use the technology of Ripple, but that's why I said that. I don't tend to trade it, but certainly, because we're looking at this as a short as well, right? So I think definitely buy the breakout of this way, short the breakout of this side, right? Are we in agreement on that? This way, right? Really straightforward.
Yes.
Yeah, I won't be trying to short this at all, but only because my fundamental
I
on it.
wouldn't. The thing is, like, these coins, like, especially when you look at the, you go back into history, they are
And then
really
it goes to the roof, and you get short squeezed like a mug. I'm straight on that.
But it's also, it's so different now because, I mean, when did the institutions, when did they start to get involved? That was fairly recently, right? They were not involved.
No. So with XRP, so it started to be, it was used by, it had lots of different partnerships pre-SEC going after it a few years ago, right? There was the Santander OneFX app, which used the technology for cross-border currency payments, and it was fantastic. But then the SEC started to come after it and other institutions, right? And then it got delisted temporarily off Coinbase. And then the crypto news video I was doing last week for Olaprimex YouTube channel was talking about the winding down of XRP versus SEC. They're currently at a 60-day pause. And the idea is, we're presuming it's just going to be the rubber stamp to come to an agreement in a couple of weeks' time, and that'll be the end of it. But yeah, so it's certainly the sentiment towards XRP, you're right, Jannie, has been increasing significantly over the last few years. But why that is, I'm not 100% certain, because it's obviously, had a lot of lawsuits and a lot of concerning issues with it. But the use case is undeniable, and it is one of the crypto OGs. So, but this is the reason why I'm talking about short, is you look at this run up, okay? If Bitcoin now takes a dive, and we have the bearish scenarios for Bitcoin take over, as Howard, as an example, was suggesting, if Bitcoin does lose its footing, and knowing what the altcoin market is at the moment, which is very, very bearish, right? Look at this area, right? This will just come very quickly down, right? When it comes up this quickly, typically it's going to come down that quickly. So that's what I would be worried about. Well, not worried about it. I'll be looking to capitalize on that short movement. But I think it's very important to recognize as traders what ranges we are supposed to be trading and what ranges we're not supposed to be trading, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it comes back to key levels, right? Really strong levels instead of just flimsy little support resistance levels from smaller time frames. It just makes, for me, a lot more sense. By the way, I'm not sure if anybody pays attention, but the pound US dollar, the double top is playing out as we speak.
Look.
Yeah.
So look, we got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Robert. Got a lot of comments from Robert today.
Thank you for the advice last week. Really helped. Great. I said great for the screen. I'm glad to hear, Robert. But this is the double top. Okay, so we had the confirmation that it closed below there. Remember, we're getting that on 3 different time sets, the half an hour as well as on the 1 hour. So, but we didn't get that follow through. I don't like that word. It didn't break the low. It sounds like a dodgy curry, doesn't it? So there it broke the low, and so this is a pretty good entry. Yeah. So your stop loss would be above the latest swing. So I personally won't be taking this trade because I don't really like the time of the day. The last 4 hours of the New York session is pretty quiet, so we've got another half an hour for that. But that's typically what you want to see. Yeah, if you see those patterns and you see like a really strong resistance right above you, you just look for patterns, confirmation of what it's likely to do. But yeah, the half an hour, the 15-minute, half an hour, and 1 hour definitely is giving you that double top. So you can take the short. I personally will be waiting for the support level. Yeah. Any questions? No. No questions?
I'm sorry. I was a bit mesmerized by the higher time when you zoomed out. It's very. Just it's price action I don't see in crypto. I was a bit hypnotized by it.
It's beautiful, right? We just had some really, really nice price action on the pound US dollar. Obviously, the last since the what do you call it? The tariff thingy came out. Yeah. So we just had this is a 500 pip move. And this is 500 pip right back to that. And then we had that breakout and retest. This was such an easy trade to take as well. See, let me give you an example of a breakout and retest. Let me just remove all these lines. I can always add it back. You'll see exactly what it looks like. Okay, so yeah, here's a breakout and a retest. See, breakout there, there's a retest. Just beautiful. Okay, so this, yeah, this is what you want to wait for. You want to wait for the clean, clear setups.
Yeah.
Right. So
you've been waiting a while in crypto.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for damn sure. Yeah. But having said that, we don't always get this in Forex either. You don't always get this. This was just this was just a really, really
very clear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just a really nice set. So if you look at where we are right now on the weekly, this is the weekly resistance right at the top. So if I go over to the weekly, this is what I'm saying. Okay, you don't really want to trade this area. Try to catch the breakout here. Rather wait for a pullback or for it to just break out and then take the retest. And it will. This is exactly what you're going to wait for. But it's on the weekly time frame. So
yeah,
but you can still
nice.
you can still get it on
textbook. It's really good. Everything about it is textbook, top to bottom.
It's textbook. All right, guys. I think that's it. I don't think there are any other questions. But Paul, Michael, it was great to see you.
As always.
As always, guys, have a great evening. The next session starts in 30 minutes from now. Yeah, take care. Cheers.
Right. See you guys. See you, Michael.
Take it easy, guys.
Hey,
Hello,
how you doing, man?
Coach Howard. How are you
You're good?
doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Hey, Sam.
Hey, how's everyone doing today?
All good, all good. How are you?
Good, good. Sam,
Not bad,
welcome
not
back.
bad. Thank you, thank you.
Huh?
Yeah, I was gone for
How
a
was
week.
the holiday?
No, it was a work trip, but it was very interesting, very
Okay.
good. Much needed break as well, I think. So it was awesome. How was last week, your trading week?
It was okay. It was pretty okay. And yours, did you manage to trade or you took a break? Yeah.
Nah, didn't manage to take any positions. Didn't even look at the chart last week. That's how busy I was. But yesterday we had a bank holiday, so as well no trades. But I took my first trade in over a week today. So yeah, and it was a good trade. So I'm happy with that. How about you guys? How was your trading day?
Yeah, not a whole lot on my side. Yeah, I was waiting for a kind of a break back into the range on the euro today, but it didn't happen. So we just continued down. So we're seeing a stronger correction than I was looking for. Actually, I think we're actually starting to see maybe 2 or 3 days down, perhaps a bit more on the currencies. So interesting times now. We've had a very good run. So
yeah, absolutely.
On my side,
what about you?
On my side, like I was waiting for my A+ setup, but it was more of short. I was more waiting for shorts today, but I took a couple of scalp. But I finished the day in a small loss, but it was okay. We still have Wednesday, Thursday to trade, so
Exactly.
for sure there is a good move. There is really nice moves and clean. So for sure there is a lot of opportunities for tomorrow and Thursday also. So
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, I'd say on the currency side. Yeah, I say on the currency side, it's a bit more two-way now, whereas before it was like a one-way type bet, and now I think it's you can play it both ways now.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's good to hear. I took a long position at market open, the US Open, and didn't hold to my take profit annoyingly, but it did get there. I was a really ambitious take profit. It did eventually get there, but still, I think it was a decent trade. I did record it as well, so I'll happily. Who wants to show their trading day first? I don't mind going first.
Yep, go for it.
You can start.
Yep. All right. Okay, let me load this up. Where is the recording? What day? 22nd.
We missed some breakdowns. The the volume profile and
footprints and profiles.
Yeah.
Well, I'm back, and I'm gonna bore you all to death with all my volume profile stuff. All right, let me first show. Actually, yeah, let me just go straight to the recording. That'll be easier. It was a bit of a longer trade. It took a while to actually play out, but it did eventually do it. Okay, let me add that to stage. Cool. All right, so where are we? So market has just opened. What you're seeing is, let me see if I can fast forward it a little bit. So literally market's just opened. Right here is the candle, the opening candle that we're seeing. And hopefully I showed the candlestick actually in the recording, because then I can show you exactly what I saw. But let's have a look. Yeah, here we go. Beautiful. All right. So what I saw essentially was we had a gap in volume here, and we've just been kind of ranging in it all day. So at this point, I wasn't sure whether we're going up or down or what really. But I had a bit more of a buy bias simply because of this area here, this gap in volume, which that was a terrible drawing. But that area there, we had a really nice rejection. So early in the pre-market, and then a really nice strong push off it. And we're kind of, just at the top of this gap here. and it looks like we're about to break it. So I was more kind of looking for potentially buying the market. But I still had that kind of, I was probably like 60-40, 60% I wanted to buy, 40% potentially I want to sell. Maybe we might just take out the liquidity here and then do like a sharp reversal. So I was just really keeping my eye on the actual footprint itself at market open, see what kind of direction we're pushing in. And I mean, straight away, you can see, this wick is being produced. We got the point of control here, and the buyers are defending that point of control quite well. They came in right at the bottom here, and these sellers are slowly starting to get a bit trapped. But there was no real major big numbers. But if I fast forward a bit, because it does take a while for me to actually enter. Oh, there we go. I did enter there. Just as I started seeing those heavy buyers coming in, I started entering. Because I was pretty confident then we're probably going to go up. But I did put my stop loss. Hopefully we can, yeah, here we go. Put my stop just below this gap here. And then I had a really ambitious take profit. Really, really ambitious. And my take profit was where, hopefully I show it. I should show it. Let me just forward it to where I put my take profit. Where did I put my take profit? Did I not show it? I must have done. I'd be insane if I didn't. Ah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just a little bit. There we go. So we opened the week with a gap right here, the weekend gap, which hasn't been closed. So my take profit basically went at the close of this gap, somewhere around here, right? And so it was quite an ambitious take profit just because of how far away we are from there. And it did close it probably, I think, about like an hour ago. So technically the trade played out to the take profit, but I would never have held it that long, just realistically speaking. Not much happens for the first few minutes. Sellers are coming in again. They're still trying to battle it out. But they're not really making that much progress. They never really get lower than here, which is good. I do start getting nervous at one little point where I kind of hover my hand over the exit button just in case, but not much really happens. We kind of push sideways, and then eventually the buyers just come in strong enough and start pushing up the market. And if I just fast forward it, because it really does take a bit of time to play out. I think this is about 30 minutes, 20 something minutes. We just start pushing up. I'm marking out all the highs. We break through the highs. And then there was one area where it started retracing, where essentially I kind of get out. There was a gap in volume here as well, from a very small one, which I thought maybe, here we'll have a retracement back down and then a continuation again, which is exactly kind of what happened. But I didn't hold it for the retracement. I got out before it ever retraced. It just started pushing down a bit. And the moment I bumped up my stop loss to be below a gap in volume, so here's another gap that was just created. And then I moved my stop loss just below it. At the moment, my stop is actually in the middle of it, but I do adjust it any second now. I adjust it. There we go. And then I just basically let it play out. And then it starts struggling as we get closer to that higher gap. And I essentially just get out the market because it's just not, it took a while to push up.
Yeah, it's good, really good
which
trade.
is annoying because exactly where I got out happened to be where it just then rocketed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I was a little bit more patient. Because if I show you on the actual, like, this is what spooked me right here. It was going all well, I was happy, and then we just had this like huge push down. I saw a lot of spoofing on the depth of market as well. Quite big orders sort of stacked up there, and then the market just starts rallying down a bit, which then starts getting me a bit nervous. And I thought maybe this is the retracement, so I get out. But if you just wait an extra 20 seconds, that didn't work. if you just wait an extra 20 seconds, literally the market just rallies back up again. So that was just like a little brief 1 minute candle that just pushed down. And yeah, as for the, so essentially I got out around here somewhere. We did then get that retracement back into that gap and then a nice push up again. And now we're just, that's the second leg. There's another gap being produced here. And then I'm thinking we're probably going to be going up to these highs again, potentially even come back to this area here in the long run. But it's looking pretty nice. But yeah, I could have held to the take profit. My take profit was right here, but it was this little push down that kind of spooked me, to be honest. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it played out. So it was a pretty good trade altogether. And yeah, that was my trade for the day.
Yeah, it's a good
Sorry,
one.
can you hear me, guys?
Yep, all good.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It went super quiet.
Stunned silence.
Oh, good. I think there's a bit of lag because, like, I heard like, like normally I can hear like just background noise, a bit of like noise, and then just for like 30 seconds it was just nothing. I was like, oh, something. Maybe it will cut off. Maybe my internet disconnected. I don't know. No, it's all good as long as you guys saw everything was fine. But yeah, that was the trade. Yeah, not a bad start to the week, I think.
No, definitely, it was a good start. If I can share my screen, I will show just what I saw for today.
Sure.
So yeah, so if we start from the 4 hour or the daily, so I have this same area right here. So demand. So we tapped in this demand, we came to the supply. If we try to go to the 4 hour, we had this failure here and we took this low. So yesterday, like, it was really nice when we took this low. I was expecting the price at least to come to this demand right here or more lower, but we missed this area with, I don't know, like a couple of points. The same pattern that happened again, it's we created the low on the NY session on Monday. ASEAN session, we respect the low of NY session, and then we continue on London. So for me, it was a little bit mixed in terms of the direction of the market for today, because we were sitting in a supply. Yes, if I follow the pattern only of, okay, we are respecting the previous NY low, we are in the ASEAN session, we respect also the NY session low. London session also continue. There was continuation. Yes, I could have think more to take buys, but I didn't. I saw this big push to the upside on the footprint. It was not like clear absorption. There was like just small numbers, but I was more waiting here for, let's say, a failure on this supply here, or a little bit take off this high and give me something. But as you can see, like we continue the bullish momentum, and then I change the bias. So when I change the bias, I draw this fresh demand area right here. Same setup. I was waiting for this area here and check if there is absorption and wait for the price action to show me a continuation, but I didn't get it. I took just with the other strategy, I took couple of two scalps, one win and one loss. So in terms of the areas, like, yeah, like we have a lot of supply right here. So if I bought here, let's say, there is a lot of obstacle. There is this supply here. There is this supply here. So yeah, so today was not the day, but it was a small loss, not something big. I can show the recording. 2 scalps, nothing big. Sorry, 1 second. I think it's this. Yeah.
That's all right. Take your time.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I
it
see
was
Robert's back in the chat as well.
Yeah. So
Carry on.
Yeah. So definitely today it was a lot of waiting. There was no trades. So I took the first trade scalp here. Simply the 5-3 and 3-3 strategy, 5 minutes and 30 seconds and 3 minutes and 30 seconds, as I explained before. So I had this 5-minute candle, so I was waiting for the same candle here, and it was printed right here. So I took a sell, like take profit, just same like ATR. It was a little bit more, 16 points, 13 points. And to be honest, it was even like a little bit risky. So I'm not that proud to take sell because the direction, like we were bullish. So most of the time when I scalp like with the direction. It's like you said, Sam, last time. It's like it's more better, like the moves when you are trading with the direction. It's much easier.
Makes
But
sense.
this trade it plays out. Let's fast forward it. Just I used the 5 minutes and the 30 second, and then I traded the retest of this same area, and I was stopped out on this trade here. So that was all for me. 2 scalps, nothing big. A lot of patience. Sorry?
It's like that. Just got stopped out like that, ever so slightly.
Yeah. So so not too much for me today, but always stay patient. This is just, let's say, the start of the week. There is Wednesday, Thursday, even Friday. So, and then we will see what will happen. So yeah.
Absolutely. I see Robert has left some messages.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll quickly read out Robert's messages because he's left quite a few. So earlier today, he goes, I don't know if you guys saw my earlier messages, but I would have had that move if I got this morning. Alarm went off, closed my eyes, and then woke up way too late. Ouch. It bounced off the trend line perfectly. To be fair, I would have gotten out around the same spot. Yeah, that's annoying when you wake up a bit late and you miss a move. But again, you can't always be in the market. You can't catch every move, sadly. But it's just how it is. But yeah, always try to be awake for US Open, at least, I would say, if you're going to trade the NASDAQ or S&P or any of the indices.
And especially like when there is a big move at the open, most of the time, if you are not in this move, at least you have to wait 30 minutes, 1 hour. So if you say your system, it's not, you don't trade the open, or you don't take any trade at the open, and you missed the trade because this trade was at the open, like we saw, like big like, let's say, bullish momentum to the upside. So most of the time when those days happen at the open, we get big moves. So most of the time it's patient game. So at least 30 minutes, 1 hour of waiting for a pullback to trade the continuation.
So I mean, he said, I had a slight FOMO thought, but also quickly said, nope, not worth it. So that's actually very good there. Yeah, you missed a move, but also, once the move has already happened, if there isn't a pullback, like Aymane said, if that doesn't occur, then, not controlling your emotions so you don't, jump in just for the sake of it because you're angry you missed it. That's actually very good. That's good discipline, that is. And keep that up. Because one day, although it might not have worked out today, one day it will save your butt on another trade, I guarantee you.
Yeah. Like especially, thank you, Robert. And especially like if we are talking about pattern, like there is few ones, like, or at around, let's say 9 before NY open, we see like a good momentum, and then at the open we see just range. The second one is what happened today, just straight at the open, we saw like bullish momentum. And there is the days where, let's say, we stay in a range a little bit at the open, so we stay between 2 points, and then maybe like the price give you more, let's say, chance to take opportunity. But definitely, like days like this, if you are not in the trade at the open, just wait for a retracement. At least, let's say, wait for the is it 10 a.m. candle to close, or 10:30. So
yeah, there will always be a retracement at some point, except for very few days where you just have these crazy moves. It doesn't. They happen like once every few months, probably a bit more than that, but they're the worst, because you end up sitting there the whole.
I think lately there's been.
You end up sitting.
Yeah, I think lately there's been a few of those days where you just get the big move from the open, and then it's like you're waiting for the pullback or the retracement or whatever, and just doesn't come. Just the way, I think just the way it is sometimes, as you say. It doesn't happen every day, thankfully, but some days you just got to sit back and wait for the right opportunity. So on my, are you finished for now, Aymane? I'll have a little quick look at some of my
yes,
stuff.
please. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So just quickly run through some of these dollar majors. I think we're doing, as I say, I think we're doing a stronger correction now. This should come through with a bit of luck.
There we go.
Okay. So this is Euro Dollar Daily. So essentially, obviously, it's been a bull market. I think when I first sort of came into this thing, we were looking at that fourth wave correction there, and we've since seen the kind of the blast higher on the initial news, and then kind of it looks to me like it's broken higher in 5 waves, which is kind of the end of that particular sequence by the looks of things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it looks to me like we're kind of into this corrective mode, a bit like perhaps where we were here, where we've gone a bit too far too fast, and we might see a little bit of sideways, which is why I said earlier on that it's probably a good idea to actually play it both ways now, rather than just go for the buy on euro dollar. So I think we're kind of at least back into this little range here, and ultimately still looking higher a little bit further down the line. Interestingly enough, I know it's a bit early in the week, but shadows develop on the week's candle. And as I say, I know it's a little bit early during the week, but it's coming on the heels of 3 strong up weeks. So a little bit kind of wary of some kind of correction, some kind of pullback on this thing. Maybe 113, that kind of idea. We're 114.5 at the moment, so maybe we see it back down to 113 and settle into a bit of a range. But as I say, it's kind of it's a bit more two-way than it was before. So that's something to. I mean, for me, the big picture is still mega bullish. As we looked at it yesterday, didn't we, Sam? Really positive on the longer term chart.
Yeah.
So maybe after a couple of weeks just going nowhere, we get to see another push higher into the next resistance zone. So that's that one. Cable sterling dollar. So just looking at the daily, how often do you see that many consecutive up days on just about any market? That is a run. That is a hell of a run.
Yeah.
So again, it could well be time for a bit of a correction on this thing, and we're kind of just testing this major swing high as well on the weekly. So even though the longer term trend is still mega bullish in my opinion, it could just be time for a bit of sideways action. 2 very strong up weeks, so maybe we're just doing a little bit of this, a bit of chop before we can go again. So buying and selling opportunities, I think, to look out for on this thing. For now, I think I'd probably favour the downside on a more of a shorter term basis, purely because we've got that kind of double top that we've just broken. on the intraday. Weak rally there, and we're closing below the neckline or the baseline, whatever you want to call it. So could even be sell the bounce to the retest the line, and then look for maybe 50, 60 pips down. That could be the kind of the next intraday trade, I would say. On the euro, the equivalent level is, let's get that back. Oh, yeah. Here we go. So yeah, there's your kind of double top type thing. We're talking about retesting broken support 114.80 odd, which is 40 odd pips above where we are now. So that for me would be the next kind of trade for intraday, to sell into strength, looking for a bit of a deeper correction on that one. Onto dollar yen. So dollar yen, same old story. This major level. So this is a big level down here, just around 140 the figure. So it's kind of reached down, bounced back up a little bit, starting to form a bit of a shadow on the weekly candle. And again, it's after 3 big down weeks, so it wouldn't surprise me to see some kind of short covering attempt. But I don't think I'd be expecting it to go for the moon. But settle into a bit of a range, I think, before we can break down again. For me, big picture is still mega bearish. The rally from, I think, way back in like 2011 breaks down as a clear corrective pattern of a longer term downtrend. That for me is the first wave down, first leg down. That ABC move is always against the trend. So that for me is the second wave correction of the first wave down. And now we're starting to break down in wave 3, which should take us much lower. But as I say, for the short term, I think a bit of two-way action, and we can play it from the long side and the short side. But keeping in mind that the major trend is down, so perhaps more volume on the shorts than on longs on this one. Anything you guys see on the charts that grab?
Yeah, actually, like you said, it's now, it looks like a little bit both sides. Like even like for me, like EURUSD also, I just made a quick analysis. It's sitting on a supply zone, so definitely now it's a little bit both sides. Short term sell, and long term it's bullish. So.
Yeah, with the pound,
yeah.
It's
been quite a while since I
Sorry, Howard, go on.
Yep. Yeah, I'll say it's been quite a while since I've uttered those words, buy dollars. So this is the first time in a very long time I'm actually contemplating buying dollars. So interesting. Yeah. So you were saying, Sam?
Yeah. So with the pound, I'm still very much bullish. Where we've come back to retest a gap in volume right now. So I'm expecting basically what I showed yesterday in the session. It looks like that is about to occur and about to happen. So I'm looking for, definitely tomorrow will be a bullish day for the pound if I had to trade it. That's not financial advice to anyone listening. That's just what I would personally do. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Like now, like the dollar is so weak. So all the other currencies are most of them, let's say, are bullish. Like we saw EURUSD, good movement out there. Like if you remember a couple of months ago, like we always, when we check, let's say EURUSD or GBPUSD, and especially EURUSD, there is no movement, just sideways. So finally there is, let's say, the market is giving a little bit of money to, let's say, Forex traders. So there is volatility, there is a lot of good movements, and especially like swings.
Yep.
So there is clean clean moves.
Yeah. This was a horrible period that we all sat through that period, didn't we? We watched it. We knew the direction, but it just is this going to be the day it breaks? Is it going to be tomorrow? Whenever, eventually it did. But you've got to be a little bit patient, I think.
Yeah. If I just pull up my chart real quick for the pound USD. Sorry, yep, I'm back. I think my internet's really bad. I'm getting... Can you guys hear me? I think my internet's really bad. Something just happened. Everything went buffering.
All good.
You see? All good. Cool. All right, perfect. I'm back. Yeah. So, yeah, like from yesterday, from what we analyzed, we broke through this area, that gap in volume, and then we're coming back into it. Just now, we've touched it, and I'm expecting that push up. Ideally, I would have liked it to go into that area right here, just because that is exactly where the gap actually truly starts. It looks like we've had a bit of a rejection so far, but this could just be, that kind of thing, right? So, but yeah, I would be very, very much more bullish. I'll be surprised if we break through this area here. I'll be very shocked if we did that. If I look at the footprint, let's see if that can give me any more information. That's definitely something with my internet in the last couple of days. It's very laggy at the moment. There we go. So just based on this, a bit of heavy buying come in, but really actually nothing to get too excited about, to be honest. Then again, it is quite late in the day, so I'm not expecting the move to happen now. As for, we just trying to point out, find anything interesting. Yeah, again, nothing too exciting actually for the sellers even. Bit of heavy selling, but nothing again, a bit of trap buyers there. We had a little cluster of buyers getting trapped, and then it very quickly pushed against them, and then the sellers came in just quite heavily there on that candle. But nothing super like, wow, look at that. So yeah, I would see that more as a retracement, 100%. Small little retracement back into that gap, fill it, and then boom, we're up to the upside. So what I ideally would like to see is, a trade that touches there. Put your stop like here. If you're going to, you could target, well, the obvious target will obviously be the highs here. That would be the obvious one. Or you can be very ambitious and target this area here. That would be the kind of trade I'd be looking at. But this would probably take, well over a day. This would be more of an intraday / swing almost type of trade. But knowing me, I would probably get out at like there. If I did take this trade,
grab your profits.
It would probably look like this with me. But that would be my longer term.
But it works for you, Sam. So you remember last time when you tried to change and hold for longer. So it works for you. Like not the whole day. Yeah.
I hated that day so much. That was the worst day ever. Well, probably not the worst day, but that was very annoying. But in terms of where it could potentially reject again, I'm seeing an area there. I mean, there's a gap right there. that it's just come into. We could see a rejection, and then it will push down a bit lower and finally get get down. I can see that actually happening. Yeah, I could see that something like that happening. So we just bounced off here, and then we'll go back down to here, and then and tomorrow it'll make its move at some point. So we might be going sideways for a bit, either at London. Yeah, exactly. Either in London, maybe in New York tomorrow, because the pound can kind of move really between any of those sessions. Sometimes even Asia can move, to be fair. But we'll probably see that start heading up then. That would be my prediction. But again, obviously, I'd have to look when it gets there. I'd have to look at the footprint for confirmation of some kind of entry. I want to see clearly, you know, buyers entering with quite a bit of aggression. I wouldn't just enter just because it reached an area. Maybe as a swing trader, I might be a bit more lenient, but as a scalper, I would have to look for like clear, you know, on the footprint, clear buying, maybe sellers getting trapped, something to really, you know, get me in that position. But that would be kind of the trade I would be looking at.
Yeah. So if I can share my screen, maybe show a couple of markets and levels.
Sure.
Yeah. So let's start with the gold. So it's quite interesting the way we reverse from here. We had this V-shaped reversal.
V-shape.
Yeah, we had this V-shaped reversal. There is actually a couple of area that I will be looking for. It's there. We have this area right here at 3,334. We have a couple of intraday areas. So in terms of demands, we have like here 3,419. We had 3,334. For the sell side, we have let's say between here and like between the 3,432 and 3,076, we have a couple of supplies. Let's go more lower. On 30 minutes, we have this supply right here. It will be interesting to take up some sales right here. Here also, we have another supply for 3,462. Definitely the big picture and the overall, it's bullish. You can see just from, like it's really bullish. We could repeat the same pattern that we got here, just close bearish and then continuation to the upside. Or we could test this week right here and come back to this small range right here. So both sides are open. Definitely, like take buys is more like it's better, is much better than selling this market. But if it's intraday, also there is couple of good setup that we had here, especially today.
That's interesting. Could you just flip back to the daily again? I don't think we've seen a wick like that for some time, have we, on the upside?
Like actually it's a big this week here.
Yeah. Maybe that looks a little bit temporary top kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. And like always, like at some point the gold needs to rest a little bit. So at some point maybe we will create a sort of range here, maybe a pullback for continuation. So yeah. So there is still 3 hours for the daily candle to close.
Yet. Yep. Don't anticipate a close.
Yeah, but most of the time, like it's the end of the day. So most of the time, unless there is some surprises, but most of the time it will close sort of here or even lower. Yeah. But yeah, definitely there is a big wick here, big rejection. We don't have any price to the left. Let me see. So yeah, there is nothing. It's white charts. So nothing much to look for.
Parabolic.
To the left. Yeah. So fresh areas to take sell intraday or scalp. they will be all the time like fresh ones. For the demands, we have a couple of areas right here we mentioned before. So this about let's say gold. If we check BTC, let's check BTC, Bitcoin. So actually Bitcoin, it's in a good rally. Like,
yeah,
there is actually a lot of resistance here. There is resistance here. So in my opinion, but this is just me, if you didn't buy from here and from here, don't try to buy here or here just to target the all-time high, or you
I,
bought.
I want to. Sorry to interrupt you. I want to stop here and give kudos to Jannie here because he nailed this one. So congrats to Jannie.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Yannis entered somewhere here after this double bottom here. So he entered here, and yeah, I hope he is still holding, because it was one session he mentioned something about this swap, I think, or something like this. So yeah, but definitely it's really good trade, like double bottom here. And I think he used the Fibonacci, as he explained, to enter somewhere here.
That's right.
So it was it was definitely good trade. So yeah, so Bitcoin, everything is possible. Like, anything is possible in the markets. Like, if it continue how it look like right now, bullish momentum, we could come create new all-time high. As I said, there is a lot of resistance here and here. Yeah, just one thing, please don't buy from here or from here. If it's your strategy, it's up to you, but in my opinion, yeah, if you didn't buy here or here like Jannie, and you took the risk, you should definitely not buy from here or from here. So any thoughts, Sam, about Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin's going to drop. I personally think Bitcoin's going to drop. We're in an area right now where sellers will come in. We're in a gap right now, so I would not want to buy Bitcoin until it breaks that area. If it, I would be looking at shorting Bitcoin now. But again, it has the problem with Bitcoin is I can't see the true full scale of the volume. I can only see the volume from one exchange, so it might be a bit inaccurate, the volume. And because of that inaccuracy, I would never really want to trade Bitcoin unless I got the full scope of the market, right? Every exchange available, and have the transactional data from every exchange combined. Then yeah, but using just one exchange, I'm only seeing a part of the market, So with Bitcoin, it's a bit difficult. But just looking from the chart right now, I would be more inclined to be selling it. We've literally just dipped into that area. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like the Bitcoin now, like it's in a supply, in a resistance. Yes, momentum matters, because how it look like right now, there is for sure like bullish momentum. So yeah, maybe if it slow down, yeah, we could see at least a reaction from here before for continuation, if it's meant that the Bitcoin will go up. So yeah, definitely interesting. Jannie, good job.
Really, for me, I've had the if you zoom out to the whole uptrend kind of thing. Let's see, even further back, that's the kind of fourth wave that you're looking at. Yeah, that a bit further back, just to the start, I think 2022. That whole swing, that's it. So that whole swing I've got as a kind of a completed bull market from there to the high, and I kind of like a 5-wave move from there to the all-time high, and then we've topped out and started to break down, and now we're starting to retest. So for me, I've had that as a completed 5-wave move, but this correction is a little bit feisty at the moment. There's no reason why it couldn't do a kind of a double top or something like that. I'm kind of on hold with looking for it perhaps to break back into the range that we just broken out of, really, before getting bearish on it again. So that's really where I stand on that thing. But I don't think it'll do new all-time highs.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and especially with all what is happening now, like it will be like the market always is shocking. It shocked us at some point, but like for me, it's a little bit like tough to make all-time high with all this sentiment and all what is happening. But again, the market always prove me wrong a couple of times. So everything is possible.
Yeah. The markets humble the best. The markets humble the best of us.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, we could see actually the same pattern we got sort of here.
Yeah.
Like if we like go to daily. So yeah, we had a small double top here, and we went down, and then we could see literally like rejection from the supply where we are right now, something like this, and then create a new high, and then create a double top on the weekly and turn back. So for me, if we visit the all-time high, like we need momentum for continuation. But if I see like from the all-time high, I will say it now, but not personal advice. If I see like we visit the all-time high, and like we struggle for a couple of days to break more, I will take a small short, but it's just small, not personal advice, but just maybe because I am more bearish in general about Bitcoin. It could be like I could be biased, but just
yeah. So it's interesting if you look at that that last big consolidation, that to where you are now. The bear market rallies were quite strong. They were quite strong. Three big rallies that didn't make a new high, that eventually broke down to new lows. So maybe it's one of those. It could be one of those.
Yeah. And as you mentioned here, like when we broke, we had really continuation. I think this is what you are talking about. But
No,
let's say when we.
So yeah, so those in that sideways range, we had some pretty big rallies, but they all got completely reversed. So like from the start of May 24, the retest of the high. So that was quite a big rally that got completely reversed, didn't make a new high. And then we got another one a few months later.
Yeah, this is on May.
July, and that got reversed completely. So yeah, it could be something like that, but we'll see, obviously.
It could, yeah. And especially we were printing like big candles at the end, so it's just to invite more buyers. But like like we said, it's everything is open. But yeah, so that's for Bitcoin. So about let's check the NASDAQ, my favorite. So the currently like weekly, daily, it's a little bit choppy. So we could stay in this range for quite a little bit. Again, we are sitting in this demand area right here. We have this big candle. We took this previous week, close bullish, but it's big candle. It's not like a small candle, and then we had continuation. So yeah, we took previous week, close bullish. We tapped into this supply here, and we rejected like it's a 4-hour supply. So 4-hour supply, we touched this supply right here. We create a double top, took this this low right here. The volume, like when we touch this supply, the volume really died. So I remember I was expecting a push to the downside because yeah, I think it could be that like a lot of trader here, or maybe swing trader, that they bought when there was, let's say, optimistic news about the tariff, etc. So we could see there is high potential, which I favor in this case, just to come back, take those lows. So Yeah, everything is on the
Same.
table. Everything is open. Yeah. What you think? Same, Coach Howard?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there. I think the rally from the low, it breaks down into 3 waves, ABC in Elliott terms, and that's always against the trend, or nearly always against the trend. So it looks to me the good news, which saw that massive up candle, that was kind of like the end of the correction, I think, in price terms at least.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's all. We saw gold, Bitcoin. Let's check Euro USD. So as you mentioned, Coach Howard, and also Sam, I think Sam, you mentioned GBP, no, not Euro. So we are sitting on a supply. So for sure we will rest a little bit. Yes, the buy is bullish. The momentum where there is definitely strong buyers. The dollar is weak. So yeah, but let's check if we have some couple of intraday areas. So let's see the 1 hour. So on the weekly, we are in this supply. Yeah, we have couple of area right here. I have this supply at 1.15300. There is another supply at 1.15855. If I can add this one also, but it was already got touched. So yeah. So we had this big push to the upside again, to the supply. We got this sort of double. For me, I consider it double top. If we go, I think my alarm. So we had a sort of failure. For me, this is a failure to break this high right here. Big candle, fail to break this high. Strong sellers enter the markets, and yeah, we could see a continuation at least to this price, like 1.14, or even take off this low right here. So yeah, that's all for me in terms of market breakdown. Let's GBPUSD. So GBPUSD. Actually, it's funny because we talked about it like 3 weeks ago, like this 4. I think when we were here, I was expecting a retracement from here, but we went up to this supply right here, and then we came back to this area. This candle right here took this previous week, close bullish, continuation. So yeah, overall it's bullish, V shape.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, V shape. We are just like it's when you see it, like it's so nice, so clean, but for sure to trade it, it's a little bit tough because it's not something like if I see this on NQ, yeah, it's not something I am used to trade, and especially if you are not capable to buy the top, let's say. And this is what's happening, let's say now, because I'm talking with a couple of Forex traders, like they are afraid to buy the top, and they or because they are seeing like the momentum is there, but still they are trying to sell, or they are afraid to execute on the top. I don't know, like they say it's overextended or something like this. But so definitely, like, it's clean, but yeah, it's tough to trade. So
Yeah,
that's for me, guys. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. But I think although it's near the top right now, so to speak, I do think the pound is, the retracement has happened pretty much, and we'll be pushing up probably tomorrow. But watch, tomorrow we'll log in and the pound will be at all-time lows, and now that I said it, it's gonna the exact opposite will happen.
Yeah, I sometimes have that effect as well. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Just looking at some of these dollar pairs, even like the Aussie and some of these other ones, they do seem to. So let's just show you the Aussie and the CAD. Okay, so this will be Aussie when it comes through. So Aussie daily. So you had that kind of V-shaped reversal, and again a bit like sterling, where you had loads and loads of green sessions. And today we're starting to see the biggest red session, well, since this whole thing began. And it's at this big area of resistance here as well. So maybe we just see a little bit of corrective action on this thing. But again, this move has taken all the big sellers out of the market now. This for me is the start of the big move higher, broad-based dollar selling basically. But again, short term, maybe we see a bit of chop just around respecting this kind of level. But a buying opportunity, I think, once we see the end of this little corrective pullback from here. Canada dollar CAD.
I think we lost.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's. Oh no, he's back.
Okay, he's back.
Yeah. We'll just be patient. I think it's the internet connection.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah. Yeah. So same thing there. We had the first. Oh. I'm here, but me platform's gone a bit funny.
No worries. I think the connection is pretty bad. There we go.
But it's funny because the connection for me also today it's not the best. So maybe it's something.
I think it's StreamYard itself probably because it's their servers. Yeah.
Yeah. It'll come through. Okay, I'll stop for now if you want to jump in. But yeah, it's just the same story really, where big dollar downtrends, but we're seeing a bit of a retracement against the trend. So some two-way trading opportunities there.
Robert says he's off to an 11 a.m. Tuesday meeting with one of the directors. Meeting is Top Golf for an hour. Very nice. Enjoy golf and the meeting with the director, Robert. Hopefully all goes well, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
In terms of of the, let's say, the news, what do you think, Coach Sam and Howard, about Trump is trying to fire the John Powell?
Ah, yeah, I don't know.
Crazy stuff. Who needs an independent central bank anyway?
Yeah.
I think it looks bad for the dollar.
It looks bad. I mean, look, anyone who tries to go up against the Federal Reserve historically has not come out too well. So I don't know. I think he's picking fights that are probably far bigger and greater than the president himself. I mean, we're talking about the central bank, the Federal Reserve itself. You're not dethroning them. You're not in any way pushing them out of power. Not going to happen. So, I don't think.
Yeah, I think history has shown us that fighting on too many fronts is never a good idea. Even if you have the strongest forces known to man, you can't fight on every front.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, exactly.
It will be interesting to see how it will end, but I don't think so that he have the power to fire him.
No.
No.
I would say whoever controls the money probably is the true president. Let's just put it that way.
Well,
Exactly.
true people in power.
Well,
Exactly, yeah.
supposedly the bond yield's going up. The bond markets has kind of forced his hand a little bit. So you're right. I think it is the money that's that ultimately will drive the whole thing.
Yeah. And the thing is, I think what Trump is trying to do is make such an impact in his, well, this is his last 4 years, right? So he wants to almost make history, and he's doing some wacky stuff that no one has ever really tried before. Might play out in his favor, might not. But either way, he will definitely be remembered. It will definitely be a memorable presidency, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's
He
funny.
liked definitely attention.
I
Sorry,
did it. I did a study just before he came in the first time on what happens to the dollar against the main European currency, previously the Deutschmark, now the euro, since the dollar was kind of devalued by Nixon in '71. And typically Republican administrations have seen a double-digit decline in the dollar. So this was always coming, I thought. Yeah, true to form. If you look back, I think Clinton saw a massive rally. Biden was, I think, 10-15%. Bush 2, and Trump ultimately were big declines in the dollar. So for whatever reason, it seems that Republican administrations oversee a weakening of the dollar for whatever reason, by accident or by design.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Very interesting.
I mean, look, there can be benefits to weakening the currency. You might be able to, things become there can be benefits, but I don't know. You could talk about Trump and everything for hours, but
yeah, as we said yesterday with Coach Paul and Igor, like we can gather a lot of economists to discuss and analyze those topics, but they will never agree. There is a lot of details there, so there is a lot of things going on.
But from my understanding, I feel Trump almost does want to weaken the dollar to make it more, essentially, to make everything back, American made, kind of get that industry going again, so people don't go abroad always, and push China out of well, you'll never push them out the market, but you know what I mean, like get things made back in America and kind of become independent, so to speak. I feel that's kind of probably his aim anyway. Whether that would, I don't know. It's a risky move, but
yeah,
I feel the dollar was overvalued anyway. Truth be told, since COVID, I feel it was massively overvalued. It was bound to happen.
Yeah, it will impact now more, like let's say people who are getting paid with the dollar. So if you are, let's say, foreigner, you will feel it this couple of coming months. So definitely,
yeah.
I mean, there's benefits and disadvantages. Depends which side of the fence you're on, really.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So let me just show you my my system, which didn't trade today.
Oh, yes.
Should come through in a second. Nice old-fashioned looking charts there. So yeah, the pink is the early range, and what it likes to do is wait for the false break of the early range. So you'll get a breakout usually in early Europe, and then a retrace back in, and then it gives you that kind of opportunity to do like a smash and grab trade like this one. So you get the breakout, you get the pullback in, and then you just selling into momentum, boom, grabbing a profit kind of thing. So yeah, that's what I was kind of waiting for today, but it just didn't happen. You know, some days you just don't get it. Yesterday was the big early Asian session like this, massive up session, and it retraced back. Today, kind of sideways, slightly higher Asian session. We got the breakout, but we didn't get that deep break back in, which is what the system likes to to capitalize upon. So that's what I was waiting for today, but we didn't get it. So unfortunately.
Yeah, no, it's really awesome. Aymane, have you seen Howard's? He coded this himself. That's very impressive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
I've used easy language for many years now, actually, and I'm not a rocket scientist by any stretch of the imagination, but I know how to program the I know how to make it do what I want it to do, kind of thing, just simple stuff. And yeah, it just it gives me the trigger level and the stop loss and the profit target, and kind of plug and play kind of thing. And I find it's very good to run this alongside any discretionary stuff, because you can go back several years and see what the worst drawdown was, the longest run of losing trades and all that kind of thing. So it's nice to know what the risk metrics are of any strategy that you adopt.
Yeah.
So
impressive. Actually, it's quite nice. Yeah. And which language, if I may ask, like?
Yeah, it's called Easy Language. It's TradeStation. Yeah, the software is TradeStation, and they developed their own language many years ago, and it's quite well. If I can do it, anyone can do it. I don't think I think it's a lot easier than MetaQuotes, but from what I've seen. But Sam, you've probably got a view on that.
Yeah, MetaQuotes, I mean, MQL5 or MQL4 is, to be fair, it's not that difficult, but it is like, you definitely need help. Like I definitely had to hire developers to code anything. I can do like tweaks with it. I learned how to like tweak things, but like coding it from the ground up, no idea.
Yeah.
But like with the AI, because I just like create a sort of indicator, help me draw just the zones you see. Just explain. It took for me actually couple of minutes, 30 minutes, not just to like explain with more detail, but seriously, it works well. Like the
Pine script on TradingView.
On TradingView, like Pine script, yeah. And it's worked really good. I was actually quite impressed. So
yeah, I mean, I tried to use a bit of AI, but every time I don't know, maybe MQL5 is a bit more complicated. I tried to use ChatGPT to kind of help me back in the days, and it would kind of like build something that kind of worked, but it would never compile properly, and then it'll just be loads of errors. And then I'd ask it, I'm getting this error, and then it will try to change it, and then it will bring more errors, and then it was just never ending. So I just hired developers. At that point, I was like, it's not going to work.
Yeah. So and like you want to build like algo, or is it something tools to help you in trading? Like, or
originally was meant to be an algo, but because I was using actually cluster delta as well to grab a lot of the data, because it plugs in with MT5. So I was using their plugins to basically grab a lot of the futures data and then create buffers based on their data, and then use that data to kind of create a bunch of calculations from the depth of market and time and sales, and kind of cross-reference everything that's going on and track the depth of market every like millisecond. And essentially it just kept crashing the program. Like it was just too much for MQL5 to kind of process. So no matter what we tried, it just always crashed. Every time there was a bit of volatility, boom, the whole thing just shut down, broke, froze. So I'm gonna have to use a whole different platform.
Okay, and what's your experience like? I asked too many questions, sorry, but it's interesting.
No, it's
good. Like what's your experience like with the algo? Because for me, my belief is like long term never work. Maybe short term, yes, but long term.
I think if you code it correctly, you can definitely have an edge. It's just like normal. It's just like a human trading, right? If you take your strategy and you try to trade it every hour of every day across every pair, it's probably gonna be disastrous, right? But if you know when to trade it, when like the right hours, the right setups, and you code that in with proper risk management, it can actually be quite good. I mean, sure, you're gonna have losing days, but it's about, I think the problem with algos, I think people have this idea that it could just run 24 hours, 5 days a week, and just constantly be making money every minute of the day. And that's unrealistic, you know.
Yeah, no, like it's true, but like for someone who have, let's say, a strategy, it's more subjective because it's not like 1, 2, 3 and you take a trade. I think for someone who have systematic strategy, like 1 + 2 + 3 equal this, yes, it's good for him. Also, he can try to use algo, but if you have subjectivity and you have, let's say, you have context, it's impossible to create, and that's just my opinion here.
I don't know, because like the way I coded the calculations I put in were pretty actually quite easy. I mean, it was literally how many pending orders were actually executed, like on the depth of market, which ones actually converted into executed orders. So I would look at every level and the change in that level as it got to there, and then cross-reference it with the time and sales on every price level. And then I would also calculate how much, like if there was 10 buy orders executed, how much did those 10 buyers actually move the market up, versus if there was 10 sell orders, how much did they move the market down? Work out like a percentage, and then from that percentage I could see who was more effective. Does that make sense? Yeah. So then I would have like a rough kind of parameter, a rough idea of, okay, if 50 orders, buy orders, say the buyers were a lot more effective at pushing the market, if 50 orders came in now from the buyers, but only 20 came in from the sellers, it's probably a good chance the market's going to push up for a bit. You see what I mean? Just because of that imbalance. So you could mathematically actually calculate it. But yeah, again, like the hardest part was actually getting the program to exit, right? Because finding a good exit kind of clause was actually, I found, quite difficult. Entry wasn't too hard. It was the exit was quite hard, because you could either have an exit where, I mean, there's a million different ways you can code an exit. When it hits the new high, when it hits the low, when it gets to, I don't know, a set amount or a movement or ATR, you can use, you know, if an opposite signal occurs, use that as an exit. If, you know, there's so much, like I tried to code it, if it got weaker by X amount of percent, get out. And annoyingly, what would happen is, because the market doesn't just keep going, right? It always kind of goes a bit sideways, maybe a retracement, it would exit, and then it would just continue, but then it won't re-enter, and then you'd miss like a lot of good moves. And trying to get that balance and tweak it was a bit difficult. But like it can have, I think it depends. Like, although it's subjective, I basically try to code exactly what I do with my eye. Do you know what I mean? And as long as the data is accurate and it's tracking it accurately, it could actually do a very good job. It can do a better job than I can, because with my brain is just not quick enough to kind of, do you know what I mean? Cross-reference the depth of market to the footprint. But yeah, it can do that.
Yeah, it's good if it can replicate you. If it can replicate how you trade, you know, manually and all the rest of it, then it's good. It just makes it more efficient, I think. As long as it does what does what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. And then obviously you need stuff like a news filter built in that automatically stops any trading around, you know, news. I also had like a volatility filter I tried coding in, which is similar to like the ATR, but if it's over a certain amount, just no trading, like if the volatility is too high. And yeah, like you can code in all this risk management stuff, and like that is obviously very important. But by the time, like what I also found is it's never ending. Do you know what I mean? You're always constantly tweaking it. Like it never ends. And yeah, it was a lot bigger. It was a much bigger project than I initially anticipated. Let's put it that way, because still to this day, it's been a couple of years now I've been building it. It's still not ready.
Yeah, it's a bit like kind of you're scratching an itch. You know, you scratch the itch and then it pops up somewhere else. And you constantly you're looking over your trade, all the different trades that it's done. It's like, could we have done that better? Could we got it in earlier or later, or that kind of thing. And it's very easy to fall into that trap where you just chuck out all the bad trades and you're just left with this great big straight line, just completely curve fit. And
That's it.
It's knowing when there's going to be an acceptable amount of losers. You have to admit there's going to be an acceptable amount of losers when you have a strategy.
Yeah, it took time for you. You are still building it right now. Like you still.
It's complete. I would be happy to run it now. It just doesn't actually run because it keeps crashing. It's just not. What's the word? I don't know.
And also
stable.
And also stable, and also like when there is like a strategy where there is a lot of element to the strategy, it's like in the algorithm, like there is the if else, if else, so there is a lot of things, so you have to add to, you have to adjust. So yeah, it's possible that the context also, I don't know if you are using it, but for sure, because you are looking, let's say, to the gap here and you are waiting for this, if this, not this. So there is definitely this type of strategy to code them. It will take a little bit of time, but when it will be done, like it will be quite interesting because it's literally you who is trading. But absolutely. But those type of algorithm, I think it's better to keep, let's say, the hand on them, let's say, time to time, or adjust the strategy, adjust the direction, or adjust. So it's not like what people think. Algorithm, you keep it, you open it, put on, and you forget about it. No, it's
plug and play. Money machine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, you're always working on it, you're always adjusting it, you're always and yeah, I wouldn't be too comfortable just letting it run. I mean, if it was super stable and it never crashed, I'd be a lot more comfortable letting it run just by itself. But at its current state, because the issue is when it does crash, and say you're in a trade, you have to manually exit that trade. So and it generally crashes when it gets volatile. So it crashes because the market's moving too fast for the software to literally track it. It's the depth of market that's killing it. That is ultimately what we found. But the depth of market is so important for the calculation. So I can't remove the depth of market because it's like really important, right? Yeah, I don't know. But I think a whole new platform is needed. I don't think MQL5 is unfortunately, it's just not. It's not going to work.
Yeah, if I understand well, like it's about like the process of the data that's entered, and so there is, let's say, a couple of millisecond lags, and then it's crashed. So if I understand well.
Yeah, because think about it, if you look at the depth of market, like when I have it up, when I trade, like when it's quiet, it moves quite a bit, but it doesn't move that much. It's just kind of like this, and you can see the numbers changing, and it's not that bad. But when it's volatile, it is gapping. Do you know what I mean? The depth of market is just like boom, 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 and the numbers are just changing so rapidly. And it's not even just tracking the current numbers. You have to remember, it's got to track the numbers on every price level. So
that's a lot of information to handle.
Yeah,
and say we jump up 3 price levels, it needs to then calculate what was on that price level, and now what it's showing on the same level is actually technically not the right price level. So it has to then subtract the last price level. Do you know what I mean? It has to do a load of math to actually work out how many orders were executed on every individual level. So
Interesting.
It's ridiculous. Like it's trying to do 100 calculations in a millisecond.
High frequency.
Yeah. Oh, it was too ambitious. Like it was never going to run on MetaTrader. Like I probably should have foreseen that would probably never run stably on MetaTrader. So I'm going to need like a new approach. I'm going to need a whole new platform, something maybe that's purpose built and start from scratch. Well, not from scratch. I have the calculations. I just need to. Yeah. So it'll
quite interesting. Yeah, it's quite interesting. But actually, like those type of projects that keep you, let's say, creative, and it's quite interesting.
I think the whole process is good because you find yourself testing things, and whether you take them on board and do them systematically or not, it's nice to know. Oh, maybe I should get in at a certain level as opposed to another level. You know, you might have a preconceived idea as to when you should enter or exit, but if you can prove on a computer that it's slightly wrong, then it's valuable. You've got some information there.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Like I actually learned a lot, not just coding wise, but I actually learned a lot with making me a better trader through this, because in order for me to kind of like single down into exactly what kind of calculations I want, what I did is I screen recorded my actual screen, the charts and the depth of market and the time and sales. And I screen recorded it for a few hours, put it into an editing software, and then went frame by frame as the candle was forming. And every time like the candle pushed up, I would then look what actually happened on the depth of market. And I would see then like, oh, you know, on that level, 4 contracts disappeared. And then on the time and sales, 4 contracts appeared. And then I would be able to cross-reference and like figure out exactly what is actually happening. And it was that going literally frame by frame. It took hours, more than hours, it took days literally. And I would manually do the calculation on paper. And that actually enabled me to build the final calculations. And then but that also helped me. Now I kind of know what to look out for. Do you know what I mean? When I'm looking at the depth of market.
Yeah, it's like you're reverse engineering it. You know, you're kind of finding out what really does work, and you're sticking with that. That's great, really.
Exactly that. And I'd recommend, like, even for any trader out there, like screen recording the charts and playing them back, like, you know, bit by bit, and to really actually look how the candles are forming and stuff like that. You can actually learn a lot, like how it's reacting at certain areas, or because in real time, or even just using like the playback that TradingView has, it just shows the candle, like, do you know what I mean, formed already. It doesn't like show you every tick that moves, you know, and that can actually kind of help you, I don't know, subconsciously, I guess, as you see the candle form, somewhere in your brain, you'll remember, oh yeah, like, you know, your brain just makes connections, and it's definitely worth doing. I would 100% say it's worth doing. Yeah.
It's quite interesting. I will try it. I never like did like record and then play, let's say, in a slow mode, like the replay, and then it will be interesting actually to do. Thank you. It's interesting. Yeah.
I'll try it. It's pretty. I wouldn't say it's fun. You'll get bored after like an hour of doing it, but like you will. I don't know. You start like, it's hard to explain, but I feel like you learn how the candle forms, and whatever your strategy is, you'll probably see something you never saw before, and then you can teach yourself to pick up on that in real time, you know, because most chance we're only seeing the effect afterwards, right? How the candle closed, and then we're basing decisions upon that. But I would argue that how the candle forms while it's being formed can actually tell you a lot as well, you know, rather than just how the candle closed. Like, you're probably only seeing 50% of it if you're just looking at how a candle closed, but how the candle's forming in real time can actually probably tell you a lot, you know.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny because I am using this also, like especially in scalping, this 5-3 strategy and 3-3 strategy. It's really important for me how the candle is forming, and when I want to take a trade, I always mention it, like wait for the next candle to open just to see for me how it will open, because sometimes like, yes, there is bullish or bearish, but the next candle open and you see like this first move, sometimes it show me that the candle will close bearish, and this come just for me watching the candles like for years and years and years. So yeah, so definitely like spending time to watch the candles and to watch, let's say, footprint or the delta or the market, that it's, as Sam said, like it activates something in your brain that like you are in correlation or in connection with the chart. So definitely,
Yeah.
And this is what we call like when we talks about developing intuition, experience. So you develop it by this way. So when we say like experienced trader or he have intuition, and yes, using the same strategy, but he didn't enter here. Why? Just because he spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, he developed this intuition. So exactly, yeah.
Well, back in the old days before, so back in the old days before computerization, even before my time, they used to do them by hand, like point and figure charts by hand, and you'd really get a feel for, from what I've been told, that was how you really got a feel for the market. You know, just actually plotting it on a 5-minute point and figure reversal each time, X's and O's. You get a real feel for which way it's. You almost know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think because I always thought like candlesticks, okay, like how a candle closes can tell you a lot, but there's also no magic in every 60 seconds. Do you know what I mean? Like how it happens to close within that 60 second, there's no magic at the 60-second mark. Do you see what I mean? Like, I guess in longer time frames, it has more weight to it. But if you're scalping, like a 1-minute candle, whether it closed, as like a hammer or as an engulfing candle, whatever, doesn't always have that much weight to it, because a couple of seconds before that, if it closed at, let's say, 58 seconds, it could look completely different. Do you know what I mean? There's no magic at the 1-minute mark, really.
Yeah, it's an artificial close, isn't it? It's not a real close. It's not a real settlement where people, they square their positions and they go home and they come back for the next one. Yeah.
No, 100%. So that's why, like, especially when you're on the smaller time frames, how the candle is forming in real time, I would put more weight on that than how it actually closed, personally.
Yeah, exactly. And to the trader who never tried this, when they will hear our discussion now, it's a little bit weird for them. But you have to try, like, just the behavior to get a connection with behavior of the candles or the behavior of market depth or the delta, and you will see the change. You will see like this small changes that is happening, like same setup, same thing, but you don't take a trade. Why? Just because you cannot even explain it. Just like there is a lot of things happen in couple of seconds, so you cannot even explain that's why I didn't take a trade. Or if you did a replay to your brain and let's say slow everything down, you will understand, okay, because I saw, I think 1 second or 10-20 seconds before market close, the candle close, I saw, let's say, a big jump and then wicked up. So it's quite helpful. Like,
This is it. There's no way of really teaching that. You just have to spend time on the charts and put in the hours. And it's the only way. It's the only way. There is no magic to it. And even like, I don't know, maybe in the future when everyone has brain chips, you can just kind of plug in a USB cable into the back of your head and just download all the information. But as for now, you have to learn it the old-fashioned way.
Definitely, and just it's 1 minute. So there is like two schools. There is the first school who they are more systematic. It's 1.2. 1 + 1 it's 2, and there is the other school. They are, let's say, fully intuition, which I don't agree. And there is the other ones who are between this and this. And to be honest, I am more in the middle between this and this. Yes, you should have an approach, but let's say intuition, you should have intuition. You should build an intuition. So it's a little bit mixed of both.
Absolutely. There's even an indicator I saw on TradingView. I was going through the indicators. There's one called moon cycles, which basically tracks the cycles of the moon. And I guess some people believe, full moon. I might give it a shot. You never know. There might be truth to it. Who knows?
Don't knock it until you tried it. That's what I say.
Exactly. But guys, that is time. Howard, Aymane, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And to everyone watching as well, thank you guys for tuning in. Tune in tomorrow. We'll be back every day, Monday to Friday, for these live sessions. But until for now, thank you. And yeah, take care, guys.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.